I'm looking for Olivier Venden. Oops. Test, test, test. Test 1, test 2, test 3. Le temps que tout le monde arrive.
Essai. Euh,
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Can I ask you all to please take your seats? We're going to begin shortly. If you could all please come in, find your spots, and take your seats. We will get the Polar Symposium underway in just a few minutes' time. Thank you very much. come forward and take your seats. If everyone could please come forward and take their seats. The symposium is going to begin very shortly. The prince has left the palace. He'll be here in just a minute. If everyone could please come forward and take your seats. S'il vous plaît, mesdames et messieurs, est-ce que tout le monde peut venir vers l'avant de la salle ou à leur place et s'asseoir? On va commencer très vite. Merci. Welcome, everyone. If you could all please come take your seats, we would greatly appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise to welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. Your Highness, President Grimson, Your Excellency Monsieur Pierre Dartout, Minister of State of Monaco, Madame Brigitte Bocon-Pagès, President of the National Council of Monaco, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome you today to the second edition of the Polar Symposium. My name is Jeannie Godula, and I have the pleasure of being your host for the 2 days of this event. The Polar Symposium is co-organized by the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, the International Arctic Science Committee, represented today by its president, Henry Burgess, and the Scientific Committee of Antarctic Research, represented by its vice president, Professor Jefferson Cardia Simoesh. Also collaborating on this event are the Oceanographic Institute, Prince Albert I of Monaco Foundation, the Scientific Center of Monaco, the European Polar Board, the World Economic Forum, and the Association of Polar Early Career Scientists. This event is also supported by the Albedo Foundation for the Cryosphere, chaired by Professor Dr. Frederick Paulson. We're together today both here in Monaco and also online, so a big welcome to all of the participants who are joining us today from all over the world. Over the next 2 days, we will be bringing together scientists, members of NGOs, indigenous peoples, and decision makers to focus on our precious poles. This year, we'll be looking at 2 major themes: the development of new polar initiatives for the next decade, and new strategies to face the growing challenges ahead. The Arctic and the Antarctic are major strategic areas on which the Earth's equilibrium depends. And now more than ever, it's urgent to act to protect these already fragile environments. We're going to get started right away with some opening remarks from our representatives from IASC and SCAR. To start, would you please welcome the president of IASC, Henry Burgess.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your warm welcome. Thank you to you all for being here. My name is Henry Burgess. I am the head of the UK's Arctic Office and also the president of the International Arctic Science Committee. It is a great pleasure to be here. It is a great pleasure to see you all here. It is also an honor to be the first speaker. That also comes with a responsibility, which is to be brief. So I will do that as best I can. But most importantly, I would like to extend our thanks on behalf of the International Arctic Science Committee to His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. Thank you for your dedication, your interest, your support in polar affairs over many years. That is warmly welcomed by the science community and beyond. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you for beginning the Polar Initiative that has brought us here today for the second of these symposium. Thank you indeed for that. It has been a pleasure working with your foundation and the Ocean Institute here. together with our colleagues in Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, in developing the program that we will have over the next 2 days. So thank you very much indeed. We are particularly grateful for the partnership that we have with the Foundation to create new fellowships, and we'll be welcoming our fellows on stage later on this morning. IASC is all about investment in early career researchers and beyond, so your support to do that is extremely welcome. Thank you very much indeed. You will know that there are not so many occasions to bring together the Antarctic world and the Arctic world. We have had some of those in the past. We had a very big meeting in Davos in 2018. We had the Polar Summit at the end of last year, and we had our own meeting here 2 years ago. But there are perhaps not enough of those opportunities to bring you all together. I know that many of you work in both worlds. These worlds are not separate, and nor are they limited to both the Arctic and the Antarctic. But these opportunities to really consider in depth together are extremely valuable. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for making this such an interesting meeting. The International Arctic Science Committee is 24 members strong. We are independent, we are non-governmental, we operate by consensus. Our job is to facilitate and encourage Arctic science across all disciplines in all areas of the Arctic, as well as globally. Our focus is on making new opportunities, new initiatives, and new connections, particularly with early career researchers and increasingly with indigenous researchers and communities. We are very much looking to the future. So we are thinking about what the priorities will be for the Arctic in 10 years' time, and we are now in the middle of the International Conference on Arctic Research Planning, the fourth one of those, which is a decadal look at the priorities for the Arctic. We're partway through that process. It will conclude in 2025. We'll hear more about it from our ex-president, Larry Hinsman, this afternoon. But that is a really important opportunity to translate the findings from this session into what the priorities will be in the Arctic science community in the next 10 years. That's the optimistic part. But it is poignant to be here today, and many of you will also express the same poignancy, I think, because it was 2 years ago, more or less to the day, that Russia invaded Ukraine. And I was not sat here or stood here, I was sat halfway down the room, looking at my phone, looking at messages from friends, as you will have been as well. And the impact of that has been much, much worse than we dared to hope that morning. And sadly, only very occasionally has it been better than we feared. We have lost so much. We have lost data, we have lost friendships, we have lost trust, we've lost potential. There are faces that we don't see in the room, there are faces that you don't see in your communities and at your conferences. Despite that, there is cause for hope. There is cause for hope in the fact that the Arctic Council has restarted its work. There is cause for hope in the fact that we have such experience in building international partnerships, because we now know much more about what we need to do, particularly in the Arctic, the network of observations that we need, the gaps that there are, and how to fill those. So the luxury of hopelessness is not there, and where there is still hope, there is a responsibility to act. And that's why for the International Arctic Science Committee, for our partners, the International Polar Year 2032-33 is so important. We very much see it as a catalyst for action in polar issues as a whole. And not just over the 2 years of 32-33, but leading up to that period and in the years beyond. This is a ramping up of activity, culminating in those 2 years, but then with a legacy beyond. And in thinking about the International Polar Year, in thinking about international initiatives as a whole, there are things that have been in my mind and that are forming themselves about principles and positions that we need to take and think about. And one of those, the first of those, is the need for courage and leadership. Knowing what needs to change, being bold in pursuing it, taking risks, seeing opportunities, taking the initiative, being ambitious, being persuasive with funders, with governments, with research councils, with foundations, and others. That's important, the courage and the leadership. But what's equally important is the patience and the respect. To listen actively, to realize what's already happening in some places where organizations are already leading, to recognize when the power and responsibility rests with other people, not with ourselves, and where the power and responsibility should rest with other people rather than ourselves, particularly those who are unrepresented or underrepresented or have been misrepresented in the past. The responsibility to empower communities as well as to lead. And of course, holding those in balance is particularly important. The courage and the leadership, the patience and respect, and the wisdom to know how to hold them in balance and how to know the difference. So that's our commitment to you as the International Arctic Science Committee, is to help hold those in balance, to help lead on Arctic issues where we can, to connect to the wider Antarctic community, to connect to the global community, support initiatives like this as fully as we can. So thank you very much. I welcome you again to these 2 days. I look forward to the discussions. Thank you very much and enjoy the meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henry. Would you now please welcome with me the Vice President for the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, Professor Jefferson Kardia-Simoes.
Good morning. First, I would like to thank you for the welcome. And I would like to thank the Principal Albert II Foundation for once again inviting me to come to this symposium and at this marvelous location. His His Highness Principal Albert II, Dr. Henry Burgess, President of the International Arctic Science Committee, Polar colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. When speaking about the polar regions in my country, Brazil, I constantly remind the audience that the climate system is unique and indivisible, and that the polar regions are as important for the environmental equilibrium of this planet as the Amazon. Antarctic processes affect our daily lives. For example, cold fronts are generated in the Southern Ocean that can reach as far north as the Amazon forest. But more importantly, over the last decade, evidence has accumulated showing how rapid change that the polar regions already affect temperate regions and even the tropics. We live in a challenging time where rapid climatic changes interact in a complex way with greater demand for natural resources, change in land use, worldwide economic instability, the threat of pandemics, armed conflicts, and new geopolitical scenarios, as we see now in the Arctic. We observe the rapid warming of the Southern Ocean, which could make the collapse of ice shelves irreversible. This raised the question of stability of the Antarctic ice sheet, and how much and how quickly this will contribute to the rise of the mean sea level in the coming decades. The Southern Ocean is rapidly acidifying, threatening the stability of the food web. In this global scenario, the opportunity to discuss international cooperation initiatives for the two polar regions, which guarantees interdisciplinary synergy that connects and defines research and scientific policy priorities, as it is in the title of one of our workshops, is essential. I firmly believe that science diplomacy is one of the polar community's noblest roles. To achieve this, we need a multidisciplinary approach that combines scientific ideas and social issues. Point out the future research direction and increasing our advisory role to the different polar forums in years to come. All these actions are within the objectives and missions of the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. And we have worked with some of them since 1957, predating the Antarctic Treaty. We are one of the pioneer international organizations to work in science diplomacy, so we are prepared for challenge towards the 5th IPY. I thank the Prince Albert II Foundation for once again supporting a polar meeting that could point out ways to face the above-mentioned problems. I wish everyone an excellent symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jefferson, and thank you again to Henry Burgess before. Now, Henry, you mentioned the need for courage and leadership, and those are two things we've certainly seen with our next speaker. Would you please welcome His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco.
Thank you. Mr. Henry Burgess, President of the International Arctic Science Committee. Mr. Jefferson Cardiez-Mosh, Vice President of the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research. Mr. Chairman of the Arctic Circle, dear President Grimson, dear friend. Mr. Chairman of the EU-Arctic, dear Frederick Paulson. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends of both polar regions. Thank you for coming once again to the Principality of Monaco to join us for this second edition of the Polar Symposium. Thank you for your commitment to the polar regions and your support for this initiative launched 2 years ago. My government and my foundation from its inception included the polar regions in its areas of action because of their status and because of their importance, but also because they are indicators of the changes that are occurring. Especially as far as climate change is concerned, but not only. Therefore, we have initiated and supported a large number of projects over the years. To address the particular alarming situations in the polar regions, the initiative that brings us here together today focuses on our primary goal to foster unprecedented dialogue between Arctic and Antarctic experts. It aims at catalyzing the broadest possible exchange by pooling disciplines, expertise, and skill sets, by incorporating the contributions of indigenous peoples and local communities, so important yet so often overlooked. By promoting cooperation, partnerships, and co-funding, and by fostering a stronger collaboration, still too rare, between experts on both polar regions. This is what we achieved in 2022 at our first symposium. Hopefully, it is what we will achieve again today and tomorrow. And indeed, this is what we have endeavored to do here in Monaco for many years, where our commitment to promote the polar regions is a widely shared value. As many of you know, this stems back to my great-great-grandfather, Prince Albert I, the scholar and navigator and lover of science, and all disciplines, who conducted several scientific expeditions to the Arctic region, as you know, 150 years ago. His example has prompted many of our actions and the commitment of various institutions, including the Oceanographic Institute, where our meeting is being held and hosted here today, the Monaco Scientific Center, and my foundation. All of them have helped to make Monaco a resolute activist for the conservation of the poles. These efforts, this history and this commitment provide us with a clear vision today of the situation of the poles. An alarming situation in many respects, and one of which our contemporaries are sadly not sufficiently aware. Because whilst we are becoming familiar with images of crumbling glaciers and polar bears wandering across snowless terrain, we are less capable of gauging the direct and indirect consequences of these changes on the overall balance of our planet. We cannot see what these tragedies mean for all of us in the medium or even short term. We find it hard to grasp the extent to which these regions concern all of us. This is why it is so important to focus our attention on them, as we are doing here again at this symposium. And above all, this is why this is important to take action, and in order to do this, to gain a better understanding of the various solutions that are offered to us, how effective they are, how feasible they are, and what their limitations are. The first thing we need to do, therefore, is to develop science. Faced with such complex and poorly understood phenomena, our primary duty, as it is always when the goal is to protect the planet, should be to improve our knowledge, to promote an accurate understanding of the mechanisms at work, their causes, and their consequences. Without this, action will not be ineffective. It will be quite simply impossible. That is why we have among us today a significant number of eminent scientists whom I wish to acknowledge. I would like to thank them for being here, but most importantly, thank them for their action, for their determination and perseverance in the current context of distrust with regards to the truth and the calling into question of different skills. We must reaffirm our support for them. This should include additional support and resources for work that is of interest to all of us. And in this respect, the supremacy given to science in Antarctica provides a model for the set of values that should be ours. Science should take precedence over everything, particularly in these unknown and fragile regions. It should be first given, the place should be first given to a set of requirements because it comes first when implementing our actions. This is the philosophy behind the Antarctic Treaty and the reason why it is so important. Its philosophy is based on science, of course, but also on peace, and above all, the utmost priority to knowledge and protection over exploitation. These critically endangered areas need to be protected more than ever before. At a time when a number of threats are ever increasing, we need to ensure that the application of the Protocol of Madrid is perpetuated and not questioned after 2048. In other words, very quickly, given the length of time spent on international negotiations. We also need to extend its principles as widely as possible to cover areas such as the Ross Sea, which was thankfully successfully designated as a marine protected area. Currently, 3 other priority areas in Antarctica, the Antarctic Peninsula, the Weddell Sea, and East Antarctica are under consideration. We are conscious that the current international context complicates these projects, but we must continue our efforts because we know that in the long term, it will eventually pay off. The same efforts must also be made in the Arctic, where we must establish other MPAs, although we would have preferred to sanctuarize the entire region. We also need to encourage our partners, states of course, but also NGOs and private businesses to contribute to the much needed sanctuarization movement. An increasing number are getting involved and implementing initiatives that deserve to be commended. I'm thinking of the ban on commercial fishing in the Arctic to tackle the resources exploitation opportunities that could be offered by the ice melt in the region. I'm also thinking of the determination of the International Maritime Organization to phase out heavy fuel in the Arctic, and the decision by some oil companies to abandon temporarily certain offshore oil wells. These measures should also be commended. However, the shortcomings and the difficulties that they have encountered also demonstrate that we need to intensify this movement and scale up our ambitions. The gap is too wide between the severity and the urgency of the situation, and the timid measures that are being taken. The risks placed on both polar regions on a daily basis by human activities are too significant for us to content ourselves with these interim solutions, especially as other dangers, other challenges loom in the distance. I just mentioned the political challenges around the Arctic against a backdrop of growing international tensions between neighboring countries, even paralysis, for example, of the Arctic Council. I also mentioned the uncertainties hovering over the future of the Antarctic Treaty. But we must have in mind other challenges, such as the increasingly substantial prospects offered by the exploitation of deep-sea mineral, oil, and gas resources. And I must also mention the development of new activities, such as the Antarctic krill fishing and certain types of tourism, which place additional pressures on ecosystems that are already weakened by the effects of climate change. Faced with these threats, it is important to coordinate these ambitious actions that are to be implemented. We need to implement as widely as possible the only measures we know that are effective, which consists of marking out targeted exclusion zones adapted to the current threats and likely to have a real impact in terms of protection and regeneration. We need to do this together, of course, by pooling our different skills, our expertise, but by using up-to-date knowledge and by listening to the needs and different skills of the indigenous populations of the Arctic. More than ever before, they need to be fully involved in these discussions and decisions processes. This is what we will be focusing on over the next 2 days, which for all these reasons will, I believe, be particularly invaluable. And I will therefore like to thank you once again for agreeing to attend, and I would also like to thank everyone who made this event possible, the teams from the Scientific Committee on the Antarctic Research, the International Arctic Science Committee, as well as the Oceanographic Institute, the Prince Albert I of Monaco Foundation, and my foundation as well. I wish you a most successful meeting over the next two days, and thank you very much.
I'm just going to keep you for a moment. Would you please go center stage? Can I please have Henry and Jefferson back on stage as well? And can I also please have Salome, our Polar Initiative coordinator? During our 2 days together, we are going to be hearing a lot about the future of polar research and exploration from young people who are working in the field today. We're going to pay tribute to a few of them right now with a very short fellowship awards ceremony honoring fellows from both IASC and SCAR. Let's welcome now, please, our 6 fellows. Let's give them each a round of applause. Can we start, please, with Hannah Yevchun. Hannah Yevchun is a SCAR and Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation Fellow. Hannah, come on up. She's from the National Antarctic Scientific Center of Ukraine. She studies Antarctic terrestrial ecosystems, mostly vegetation, and their protection and management. Congratulations to you, Hannah. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes. Hannah, if you just take a step to the side. Next, can we please welcome Dieter Tetzner. Dieter is a SCAR and Foundation Fellow from the British Antarctic Survey in the UK. His project is titled Reconstructing Past Changes in the Southern Hemisphere Westerly Winds During the Last Interglacial Transition. Congratulations to you, Dieter. Next, we have Ada Ayedin, an IASC Foundation Fellow. Ada, come on up. Ada is a teaching fellow at the International Politics Department of the University of London Institute in Paris. Her research addresses the topics of sovereignty issues, Norwegian-Russian relations, and Arctic geopolitics. Congratulations to you. Our fourth honoree is Arshana Dayal, an IASC Foundation Fellow from Aberystwyth, I hope I said that right, University. Arshana is originally from India. Her research on the biogeochemistry and microbiology of snow and glacial ice has taken her both to the high Arctic and Antarctica. Congratulations, Arshana. Next, we have Beatriz Recinos, an IASC Foundation Fellow. Beatriz is an oceanographer, glaciologist from the University of Edinburgh. As a postdoc, she'll be working and developing Phoenix ice, which is a finite element model framework written also in Python that quantifies the initialization, I'll get there, uncertainty for time-dependent ice sheet models. Congratulations, Beatriz. And finally, Elena Adesheva-Klein, IASC Foundation Fellow. Elena is a PhD candidate in sociocultural anthropology at Yale University. Her doctoral research explores human-environment relations and urban infrastructure in the Russian Arctic. Congratulations, Elena. Can I ask all 6 of you, please come this way. We're going to take a group photo. Please, why don't we have 3 over on this side? Fantastic. All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our photographer friends, is that okay? All right, perfect. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you, congratulations. I'll invite you to all please take your seats. Monseigneur Jefferson Henry, thank you so much. Congratulations again to all our fellows. Okay, we're going to take a moment now to dive right into the heart of this Polar Symposium with a 3-person kickoff. I'm now going to call on stage Victoria Herman, Gilda Cacavo, and Ella Merete Oma. Why don't you 3 come on up? So Victoria is a fellow with the Regeneration Program of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation and a National Geographic Explorer. She's also a senior fellow and leadership group member of the Arctic Institute. Gilda, here on the left, is a research associate at Institut Pierre-Simon Laplace. So she's a marine biologist specializing in the study of Antarctic fish and Southern Ocean ecosystems. And Ella is the head of the EU unit for the Sami Council. She was also born and raised in a reindeer herding family in Norway and Sweden. Now, these 3 women represent 3 different voices that we're going to be hearing a lot from over the next few days, bringing you perspectives from indigenous peoples, the Arctic, and the Antarctic. Welcome to all 3 of you. Start off telling us a bit more about the global significance of the poles and your own personal implication. Ella, why don't you start?
Thank you so much. Is it working?
Is it working? Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for those kind words of introduction. So my name is Ella Merete Oma, and I'm a Sami. And I heard the introductory remarks, and I was thinking, well, what else can I say? Everything is said, so I can just go back to the Arctic. But I think it's important that I share my stories so you can understand me better. In the Sami cosmology, humans are seen as part of nature, not above other forms of life. The role of humans is to maintain harmony within the ecosystem, not try to dominate it. Guiding principles are modesty, taking only what you need, and respect towards other beings, both as individuals and as populations. My actions cannot endanger the continuity of species and should not cause unnecessary harm to the individual beings who give their lives. I think that is the perspective, a background that I come from, and I think it's showcased by how I perceive traditional Sami livelihoods and practices as key for maintaining the relationship to the ecosystem and also acquiring knowledge. And in the introductory remarks, we heard about the importance of indigenous knowledge, which I think is an important part of the solutions. And what does that mean in reality? To me, the most common example is the term wilderness. The places where I come from are often perceived by the global community as wilderness. But it's not. To me, it's Mehti. It's a place where I can support myself, I can find food, I can find security, I find home. Mehti takes care of us, and that is the cultural terrain that I come from, and that is the part that we as indigenous peoples are guardians of. And I think those perspectives needs to be said also in this context.
As a National Geographic explorer and a trained geographer, I like to ground my answers in place. And at a Polar Symposium, it is obvious that I ground us in the Arctic and the Antarctic, but instead, I am going to bring everyone here to a place on the coastline of New Jersey, my hometown. Belmar, New Jersey, of about 5,000 people, is probably not somewhere that anyone has heard of. Although if you have heard of Bruce Springsteen, he took his first stage right next door. But it is a place that is special to me. It is where I first fell in love with the ocean, where I learned to surf with my cousins. It's where my parents met as neighbors. It is a place that always grounds me, and I bet every person here has a place that grounds them. So I am going to, at the risk of jet lag, ask everyone to close your eyes for one moment. Go ahead, close your eyes, and bring up the place that is most special to you in the world. It could be in the Arctic, it could be right here in Monaco, could be in Brazil or Singapore. Think of the place that matters most, the traditions, the people you love. Does everyone have that place in their mind? Right, please open your eyes. When we think about the Arctic and the Antarctic, I want you to think of whatever place you brought up in your mind. Because no matter where it is in the world, in the mountains, the coastlines, the plains, in cities, the fate of the place you love is deeply connected to the Arctic and Antarctic. Belmar, New Jersey is deeply connected to glacial melt at the poles. In projections at the mid and high level of emission, my aunt's house is underwater. It is also indirectly connected to the poles through permafrost degradation and melting sea ice. Those warmer temperatures mean that my grandparents' garden in the backyard cannot survive for my children or my grandchildren. No matter where you call home, the Arctic is connected to you because we are all connected to nature and we are connected to one another. Over the next 2 days, we will talk about science and policy, but please remember that we are all human. We are connected, and what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. It impacts every one of us.
So I actually have something in common with most of the people on the planet, but it's actually a bit rarer in this room. I've actually never been to the poles. And in Antarctica specifically, despite the fact that for more or less the past 10 years, I've been studying only species that come from Antarctica. Would I like to go? Sure. And I do hope that I get to go someday. But my point here is more that you don't actually need to have gone to any of these places to care about why they're important. And the fact of the matter is, most of the people on our planet are never going to step foot in either pole. Why am I here? I'm a marine biologist because I want to have a positive impact on our planet. Why do I study Antarctic species then? Antarctic species, like their Arctic counterparts, are facing a double threat from climate change. Not only are the poles experiencing climate change at a faster rate than any place on the planet, but the species that live in these places are adapted uniquely to these extreme environments. So when my goal to study climate change impacts on these species in the poles is not just to inform policy decisions on how we're going to support their resilience against climate change in the poles, the tools and insights that we gain from this work about how species are adapting to climate change in the poles is going to inform our ways of understanding and supporting species across the planet as they are coming to resist and survive against the climate crisis.
All of that, what do you see as the biggest polar challenges at the moment? Just tell us a bit.
Well, I think there's several challenges, but let me share some of the findings or the experiences that I have in my daily life and my family face every day as reindeer herders. It is situations where the reindeers cannot find food because of the temperature swings, the falling of snow when it's not supposed to snow, and rain when it certainly shouldn't have snowed. How that impacts people, how it impacts mental wellness for our people. And yet, the global community looks to us to carry the heaviest burden of the consequences of the climate crisis. And it is disproportionate part of the burden by also requesting the Sami people, me and my family, and my sisters and brothers in the Arctic, to facilitate green colonialism on our land by welcoming wind turbines instead of trees, welcoming a hole in the grounds instead of mountains. And now you might argue, well, we are also facing the climate crisis, and yes, we are, and we are also acknowledging that we need to reduce the CO2 emission globally, and we need to find and seek alternative energy resources. But we also, and let me say this again, we also need to protect indigenous peoples, because we are the guardians of nature, and nature is part of the solution of the climate crisis that we are in the middle of.
In my first answer, I talked about place as a geographer, so it should come as no surprise that in this answer, I want to talk about the geography of time, because I think this is our biggest challenge in the Arctic and in the climate crisis. This challenge of holding immediate, sudden onset disasters of the climate crisis, needing to secure ourselves, our communities, our food now in 2024, and thinking about the long-term consequences, those slow onset disasters in the Arctic, and having to address and create solutions for both at the same time. Now in 2024, we have to think about what we can do today over the next 2 days to make sure that people are safe now for this upcoming storm season in the fall in Alaska, for example, but also communities in 2100 along the Alaska coastline that we need to act today for. In 2022, Typhoon Mabrouk was the strongest storm to hit western Alaska in 70 years. It tore up 1,500 miles of coastline. It took lives. It destroyed fishing camps. It destroyed towns. It was a sudden onset disaster catalyzed by the climate crisis. In that, we had challenges of immediate emergency response in the Arctic. We had challenges of science. We had a great large weather model of when the storm was coming, but not great storm surge models of who was going to be impacted and when. And in both of those instances, the solution to those challenges is better collaboration between Western scientists and indigenous and local knowledge holders better collaboration between community first responders, village mayors and tribal elders, and state and national emergency responders in the US. And that same collaboration at the local and the national level is necessary in those long-term impacts of climate change. In the state of Alaska, 31 communities are at risk of needing to be relocated away from where they are because of flooding and erosion exacerbated by climate change. These challenges of having to address immediate response and long-term planning of moving communities is really hard to hold in a single person's brain, right? Being able to act today and for tomorrow. And I hope that we collectively are able to take these 2 days and think about holding these two timelines together in what we choose to research and collaborate on.
We as scientists like to control things. And the problem with studying climate change impacts is that, well, they're difficult to control. It's a bit like that movie that won all the Oscars last year, Everything Everywhere All at Once. In the Antarctic and in the poles generally, climate change is impacting everything, everywhere, all at once. Just think about temperature. Temperatures increasing are going to reduce sea ice, which increases light penetration into the water column. Boom, we've got more primary production from plankton. Great, right? Actually, there were unique plankton communities under that sea ice that were engaging in their own sort of primary production that now we've lost. I mean, take any of these drivers that are linked to climate change. Temperature, sea ice extent, acidification. These don't exist in a vacuum. They're influencing one another, and their combined impacts on species are by no means linear. What's more, we're not even talking about one or two-dimensional impacts, increasing or decreasing sea ice or temperature. Variability is the key. Climate change is increasing the variability in all of these environmental drivers. And what's more is that species are not just having to deal with adapting to warmer waters, they're having to deal with adapting to variable conditions. And all of this is just talking about the physical component. I'm not even talking here about how climate change is changing our behavior, how fisheries and tourist vessels are now gaining access to previously inaccessible, pristine parts of the Southern Ocean. Indeed, it is our direct impact in the Antarctic through fisheries, through tourism, that's just a pile on top of all of these other physical aspects of the environment that are changing. And it's exacerbating impacts of climate change and making it that much harder for species to adapt.
So as you were saying before, we're here together now for 2 days. So how do we use this time wisely? What's the best way to address all of these challenges that you were mentioning during the symposium?
Thank you so much. You're asking hard questions. I think we need to acknowledge that the escalating climate crisis raises complex questions at the intersection of law, policy, and science. And Henry talked about leadership and courage, and I think that is something that we need. We need bold leadership that look beyond the next election. The Polar Symposium leads by example by giving Indigenous peoples the room to speak and share. But in my mind, I think the Polar Symposium can do more. Where are our Indigenous experts in the room? We as Indigenous peoples, we have educated ourselves. We have learned to speak your language. We have gone to the same university as you have. We have worked in your businesses. We have worked in your administrations in order to share our knowledge from the Arctic. And yet, we often find ourselves sitting outside of the decision-making room. I think the Polar Symposium can help and contribute to turning the tables. Because the science is clear. We need to act, and we need to act now. But we also need to act on the principles of modesty and respect for each other. I think the time for implementation has come, and I think the Polar Symposium can play an important role in that work.
Okay, so what do we need to study the impacts of climate change? Okay, 3 basic things. We need baseline studies. What is happening with species and populations that are either not yet experiencing climate change impacts or only minimally? 2, what are the climate change impacts that are being experienced by species and populations now? And 3, how can we model these impacts into the future? We've got a lot of work to do. We've got to do this at every trophic level, at every depth, from the fjords to the seamounts, across the terrestrial space. But I actually didn't want to close talking to you about polar ecosystems. I want to talk to you about a different ecosystem, and that's something I'm going to call the scientific ecosystem. You know how ecosystems can be limited by oxygen or nitrogen? Well, the scientific ecosystem can be limited by 2 things: people and money. And for the polar scientific ecosystem, like most scientific ecosystems, people are an almost infinite resource. We have so many talented, enthusiastic people across the international community ready to tackle these challenges. No, we are existing in a money-limited ecosystem. And I'm not just talking about money for research. I'm talking about money for this glut of people that we have ready, willing, and able to attack these challenges. But when I talk about this glut of people as well, I want to specify, I'm not necessarily talking about a lot of the folks in the room today. I'm not talking about the heads of institutes and the full professors from Western Europe and Australia and North America. I'm talking about early career researchers. I'm talking about people, researchers from the global south, from countries that have previously not historically invested in the polar sciences, from folks from the big rich nations and minority and underrepresented communities that were not given the same number of seats at the table as their colleagues. No, to address climate change impacts on species in our polar ecosystems, we need to invest in this pool of untapped talent across the planet that has been left out of the progress in the poles over the last few decades. I'm also talking about, of course, investing in our early career researchers, which is a term that we hear often. But what I mean more specifically is not just creating more PhD and postdoctoral fellowships. I'm talking about making these positions more secure so that folks with caring responsibilities, with financial barriers, and those can access these positions, and also creating more permanent positions for early career researchers so that pathway to job security is clearer for people in times in their lives when that is almost the most important thing. So yes, we need money to fund the research to understand climate change impacts on species, but most importantly, we need the money to fund the people to do that work. This is not just a moral imperative for our polar scientific community, but this is the best method that we have to address these questions that we need to answer in order to confront this unfolding crisis at the poles.
When I started my career in polar studies, I started with the statistic that the Arctic was warming at nearly 2 times the rate of the global average. Today, I now start my talks by saying the Arctic is warming at nearly 4 times the rate of the global average. And I am not that old. My career is not yet that long. As we talk about polar science and the challenges that we face over the next 2 days, there will be immense grief of our actions both on a personal and a planetary scale, coming decades too late. The loss and damage that we cannot avoid, the catastrophic impacts that Arctic communities are already facing, both in climate impacts and Western responses to climate impacts in building large-scale infrastructure on indigenous lands. There is real climate grief that all of us hold in one hand. But in the other hand, we have to hold actionable hope. Hopelessness is cognitively associated with inaction. If we know that the future is hopeless, that we will have a 4-degree warmer world, not just the Arctic, we become disincentivized to act for that future. We are resigned. We cannot afford decades more of inaction. Hope is something that we build day after day by what we choose to do, because that future is not inevitable. A 2-degree or a 4-degree world is a choice that each of us needs to make. And over these next 2 days, we can all make choices to build that better future for the Arctic and the Antarctic. And in that, I am going to close by giving a bit of homework. My professor is now coming out. So if you want to get your pencils ready, I am going to give you a quiz in 2 years' time. The first of this homework is to find someone here that you don't know yet. Someone in a different discipline, working at a different pole, someone working in a different sector. Find a point of connection that you can build a project around, a collaboration, something that will last beyond being in Monaco. Be able to come together and co-create something that did not previously exist before this week. The only way we can move forward if we move forward together. The second homework piece is when you leave this symposium to tell 5 people, your mom, your sister, your best friend, your dog walker, something about the Arctic or the Antarctic. As Prince Albert mentioned, while all of us deeply love the poles, not everyone is aware that their hometown or the place they love is directly connected to the Arctic and Antarctic. You are empowered to remind them that their fate relies at the top and bottom of our planet. The third and final homework is to start thinking of this symposium not as a single event, but as a continual collaboration, so that in 2 years' time, in the next symposium, you are not just coming with discussions and stories, but with projects, with funding applications, with ideas for how to implement. Because we don't have decades. We have days that we need to come together and co-create solutions for safeguarding the places we love and the poles that we love.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Victoria, Gilda, and Ella. Well done. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you. A lot to think about, but some words of hope as well, so thank you for that. All right, we're now going to continue with keynote speeches from 2 people who are also very involved in the health and the future of our poles. Our first speaker was president of Iceland for 20 years, from 1996 to 2016. He now serves as the chairman of Arctic Circle, an organization he founded in 2013. Would you please welcome His Excellency Olafur Hanyar Grimsson.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, dear friends, let me begin by thanking Prince Albert II for once again bringing together committed scientists and activists and representatives on the polar regions and the future of our planet. I have been privileged for a long time to witness his personal commitment to this journey. Having shared with him in Arkhangelsk and Stalingrad in the deep Russian Arctic, which unfortunately now is not approachable, but also working with him in Brussels more than a decade ago, explaining to him my idea of creating the Arctic Circle, a great gathering of political leaders, science leaders, indigenous leaders, and others, in order to enhance the global awareness of the importance not just of the Arctic, but also the poles. And Prince Albert was gracious enough and visionary enough to support the establishment of the Arctic Circle before the first assembly took place. He was willing to risk not only his own personal reputation, but the position of Monaco in order to help us to bring this together. And for that, I will be eternally grateful. So thank you, my friend, for your visionary leadership. Thank you for having helped us more than a decade ago to launch the Arctic Circle, which now has become the biggest annual international gathering on the Arctic, with over 2,000 people gathering in Iceland every October from more than 70 countries, and hosting Arctic Circle forums in different parts of the world, in Singapore, and Seoul, in Tokyo, in China, in Washington, in Quebec, in Greenland, in the Faroe Islands, and next May in the capital of Germany, Berlin. There are not many heads of state like His Royal Highness who have for such a long time committed himself personally and the facilities of his country to help the rest of us to facilitate this dialogue. And without them, it would be even more difficult to maintain the momentum of scientific research and public action, so we can indeed look forward to a more sustainable planet. I sometimes say, based on my experience of talking about climate for a long time, that to some extent, to approach this challenge through the term climate and climate science is politically, in order to create action, difficult, because the climate concept is a difficult concept. And you really have to be quite educated and informed in order to understand it. Ordinary people, voters in America, Europe, Latin America, Asia, elsewhere, it's difficult for political leaders and others or scientists to communicate with ordinary people about climate because they find it very difficult to understand. So gradually, based on that experience, more than a decade ago, I started talking about ice instead of climate. Because everybody understands ice, whether it's ice in a glass, or ice in a photograph, or the ice in our experience. It's something which every person on the planet understands. And the reason why we have a climate challenge is because the ice is melting. If the ice was not melting, there wouldn't be a problem, quite frankly. aggressive melting of the Arctic sea ice is the major cause of the extreme weather patterns all over the world. It's the reason why the monsoon system in Asia is now out of function. It's the reason for the forest fires in different parts of the world. And the aggressive melting of the Greenland ice sheet and Antarctica is the major reason for the potential rise of sea levels all over the world. If only a quarter of the Greenland ice sheet would melt, it would lead to 2 meters rise in sea level everywhere in the world. So when you ask people in Singapore, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Shanghai, Miami, if you find them in Miami, why they are interested in climate change, the answer is very simple. As they say, the ice is melting. The aggressive melting of the Greenland ice sheet is the greatest security threat to the future of Singapore. There is nothing that threatens Singapore more than the aggressive melting of the Greenland ice sheet. So, my dear friends, by hosting this Polar Symposium, once again, the leadership of Monaco is at the very forefront of where our focus should be. Our laser focus on the ice. Yes, we call it polar, but we should realize there are ice elsewhere in the world than just on the North Pole, on the South Pole, in the Arctic and Antarctica. There is also the Himalayan region, the so-called third pole, with thousands and thousands and thousands of glaciers, just only 10,000 glaciers on the Indian side alone in the Himalayan region. All the major rivers of Asia originate in the Himalaya region. The greatest climate disaster because of aggressive melting of the ice is indeed in the Himalaya third pole region, where almost 3 billion people depend on the water tower of Asia up there on the third pole and the Himalaya region. That is why we also need to engage with India, China, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and the others. And then when we also realize that in the last 10 or 15 years, Korea, Japan, China have probably conducted the greatest buildup of scientific manpower and research facilities on Antarctica and the Arctic. We have to realize that what has up to now primarily been a European and a Western endeavor to conduct research and dialogue on the polar regions now has to embrace the growing research capability of the leading countries of Asia. Our challenge now is to make this effort truly global, truly global. And one of the good things that came out of the COP28 in Dubai little over 2 months ago was the growing awareness by the leadership of the COP process of the importance of the polar regions and all the ice-covered areas in the world in the climate journey. That is why the president of COP28, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, made a keynote speech at the Arctic Circle Assembly just a few weeks before the COP28 took place. So the realization that the formal platform of the nations of the world, the governments of the world, the COP process, the climate conferences, the next one in Baku later this year, has for the first time made the melting of the ice a frontline issue in the climate concerns, both offers us greater opportunities, but also greater responsibilities. And it was in that spirit that I welcomed the Polar Summit hosted by President Macron of France in Paris a few weeks before the COP took place, because despite the organizational features of that Polar Summit, it was the first time that a leader of a G7 country took the trouble to bring the polar issue up front and to lend his name and the reputation of France to that concern. So when we combine the growing emphasis within the COP process on the polar regions and the ice-covered regions in the world, with the decision by one of the leaders of the G7, we realized that different from when we first got together more than a decade ago, Prince Albert and I, we were almost alone on this journey with respect to our colleagues at the governmental level internationally. Now, however, we have, in my view, an historical opening which we have never had before. And it's very important that we realize that. And that is why the Arctic Circle has decided, following our strong tradition from the very first assembly more than 10 years ago, when we brought together people from the Third Pole and the Himalayan region and the Arctic to discuss the issues of the melting glaciers in the Arctic and the Third Pole and the Himalayan region, and following the forum we hosted in Abu Dhabi, the host country of COP28 in the first weeks of last year, we have determined to use the Arctic Circle facilities and umbrella and the platform to help to further this process. And we see the symposium here in Monaco as a very important part of that new journey, And as was said so eloquently just a few moments ago, we are running out of time. It's not a question of decade, but of days, as you said correctly. So that is why I am honored by your invitation. I'm pleased to be with you here today. And I express my deep respect and my thanks to my good friend, His Highness, for having still be determined to continue this journey until we can all celebrate a global success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Our next speaker is a businessman, an entrepreneur, a philanthropist, and the first person to tour all 8 of the Earth's poles. He's also a founding member of the Albedo Foundation for the Cryosphere and the chair of Arctic. Please welcome Frederick Paulsen.
So, Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I've been asked to say a few words about the Albedo Foundation, which was set up last year in France. And if you allow me, I will try to put this into a larger context. As we just heard from one of the speakers before, resources for research is needed. Most of the resources means money. How can we today, when the governments, the official coffers are empty, how can we find funding for research? This is the background to why the Albedo Foundation was set up by a private individual. Actually, there has been criticism that private persons take initiatives to try to fund polar research or cryosphere research in a wider sense. In setting up this foundation, we were looking at 3 countries initially, the UK, Germany, and France. The reason that France became the first country was that President Macron himself took the initiative to help us. And without his help, I don't think we would have been able to set it up. So what is the idea behind the foundation? It will help coordinate Francophone research. There's a lot of research done in individual languages, and as you hear, the lingua franca, the modern Latin of research, is English today. In a way, that's unfair. Why should not people in Quebec, why should not people in Monaco be able to do their research in their native language? So we're trying to coordinate and give support to researchers in the various French-speaking countries so they can work together. I hope we can be able to do the same in Germany. Of course, in the UK it's not necessary. They have an unfair advantage with their language. So if you look at the other side, where will it be possible to get money from? Today, it's fascinating because from a corporate point of view, the legislation is changing. Corporations are actually today obliged to set aside money for social, environmental development. And I'm convinced that if you put together a foundation that is focusing on trying to help, if you allow me to use that word, help corporations to spend the money in the right way, that will be a big source of funding for research in the future. And I'm convinced that that will be, so we will start in France, and again, President Macron has helped us with setting up, I think we'll have a reception in the Élysée, where we'll bring in potential donors, and I'm really convinced that we will see the starting of Albedo in France with the seed money which has been put in just as a beginning. It's not the intention to use the money that has been put in for spending it directly on research. The money should be used to find more money for research. And again, as I said, if this works well, we will go out and do this in other countries. Hopefully, the next step will be either Germany or the United Kingdom. So I'm open for any questions if anybody wants to ask about the practical details of the foundation. No questions?
I'm sure there'll be ample opportunity to talk about it later.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Frederick Paulson. And to Victoria's point, everyone make a point to discuss amongst yourselves, and you can learn more about things like the Albedo Foundation. So thank you again to all of our speakers for their vision, their inspiration, for all of those reminders this morning on how the polar changes concern us all. We're now going to mark this opening day of the Polar Symposium with the signing of 3 memorandums of understanding. So, Monseigneur, can I please ask you to come back on stage to act as a witness, a grand témoin to these signatures? I'm going to come up here on this big stage as well. Can I also please have Olivier Venden, who is, of course, Vice President and CEO of Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, and Dr. Renuka Bad, Executive Secretary of the European Polar Board. If you could come up, let me just put this here. Oops. Renuka, if you could just come here. There we go. Thank you, please. So this collaboration is already getting underway, as of course the European Polar Board is a partner for the organization of this Polar Symposium. Thank you so much to both of you. I'll let you exchange. There you go. So throughout the signing of these 3 memorandums, the institutions are showing, of course, a long-term vision for polar, marine, and coastal research with mediation and outreach to monitor and sustain polar worlds. Thank you very much. Thank you. Renuka and Olivier. Thank you very much. Thank you, Monseigneur. Please stay with me. Can I now please have Robert Calcagno, the head of the Oceanographic Institute, come up on stage, Cyril Gomez, the COO of the Oceanographic Institute, and Professor Dr. Antje Boetius, who's the director of the Alfred Wegener Institute. Can you please come up on stage to sign? Merci. As they're doing that, can I also please ask the Honorary Consul for Germany in Monaco, Mr. Tim Bergold, to come on stage to act as a witness as well? Where are you, Mr. Bergold? Okay, great. And if I can also please have on stage Professor Olaf Eisen, a glaciologist at the Alfred Wegener Institute, to come on stage for the photo. Please come on stage. So So just a quick word, the Alfred Wegener Institute and the Oceanographic Institute of Monaco are signing this MOU to formalize a partnership over the next 5 years. This partnership will be dedicated to collaborative study, resource sharing, and event planning, both from a research and outreach standpoint. And you might not know this, but the Oceanographic Institute launched its polar program in 2022 with the exhibition that's just across the hall that you can maybe check out during the coffee break. It's got over 1 million visitors since, so congratulations for that wonderful effort and that wonderful exhibit. And as they're making their final signature, I think we can give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Let's just make sure our photographer friends are happy. Can you all get together for a photo, please? Thank you. There we go. Thank you. You didn't know that was part of the job description, did you? Congratulations again, Mr. Caqueño, Monsieur Gomez, I'll let you take your seats. Ancha, can you please stay with us? Monseigneur, please stay with us. And Professor Eisen and Mr. Bergold, please stay. For our third and final memorandum of understanding between the Alfred Wegener Institute and the Scientific Center of Monaco, can I please have Professor Patrick Rampal, who's director of the Monaco Scientific Center, as well as Madame Delphine Frappier, Secretary General of the Monaco Scientific Center. Please come on stage. Can I also please invite on stage for the photo Professor Denis Allemand and Dr. Céline Leboeck from the Scientific Center of Monaco. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, Antje, that's you. Oops. Hey, hang on. It's okay. And as they're wrapping up that third and final MOU between the Alfred Wegener Institute and the Scientific Center of Monaco, why don't we give them a big round of applause? It's a lot of signing. I'll just take a moment to tell you as they're wrapping up, we're going to do a group photo afterwards, and the group photo is going to be inside because unfortunately it is raining. I think it's the first time I've ever seen it rain in Monaco. Yes. And one photo, please, with everyone together. Please, Céline, take a step in. There you go. Merci beaucoup, Monseigneur. Pardon. Allez, c'est clair. Et voilà. C'est bon? Merci à vous tous. Merci beaucoup. Merci énormément. All right, so now, as I was mentioning, we're all going to show everyone's participation with one big group photo. We should be doing this just in the hallway right out there. So as you're walking out, they will direct you to the right place. We're going to have a coffee break, but wait, just before you go, it's very important. There are going to be workshops this afternoon after our first panel, and everyone needs to sign up for a workshop. So you can do that with the hostesses at the back. There are going to be 4 different topics for the workshops, and you can choose one of these 4 topics. So let me just tell you what they are. It could be science priorities for long-term innovations and initiations, ensuring equitable participation for all stakeholders, founding an infrastructure and logistics, and science and policy considerations. So these are the 4 topics for a workshop everyone will be taking place in later today. You'll need to sign up for those as you're walking out, and we'll also take the group photo, have a coffee break, and we'll all be back here right about 11:30. See you in a bit. Il faut que je fasse. Ladies and gentlemen, can I invite you to please all go into the hall for the group photo? If everyone could start moving toward the hall so we can take the group photo, you can come back and sign up for your workshop groups after the next break as well. If everyone would start heading out through to the main hall for our group photo with His Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to start moving toward the hall so we can take a group photo before we move on to the next part of the day? If everyone would start heading back toward the main hall, we'll take a group photo with the Prince and with all of the different speakers who've been with us so far this morning. Thank you. Test. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to start moving back into the main room? Could everyone start moving back into the main room? And as you're coming in, please remember to stop by the hostess table and sign up for the workshop you want to participate in a little bit later today. If you haven't signed up for a workshop already, please come to the hostess table and sign up. There is a limit to the number of participants in each workshop, so if you want to make sure you get the one you want to be in, come sign up now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. If you have not signed up for a workshop, would you please go to the hostess table and do so now? There are several different workshops we'll be having later in the day, and you can sign up now. Also, if anyone wants to get a closer seat, there are plenty of seats available right in the front. If you're sitting in the back, please feel free to move up to the front if you would like to take some of those seats. They are waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone can come in and take a seat, we're about to start our next session. Please come in and take a seat. All right, welcome back, everyone. If you could all take your seats, we're going to get our next session underway. There are still some seats available up in the front. If anyone wants to come up and have a closer seat in the front, you're very welcome to come sit right here at table 3. I hope everyone had a nice break. All right, if everyone's ready, we are going to get right into our first in-depth panel today. So our first in-depth panel is going to be focusing on long-term collaborations in both the Arctic and the Antarctic. If everyone's ready, thank you. All right, if everyone's ready, we're going to start. This session is going to be moderated by the Executive Secretary of the European Polar Board, Ranucca Badhey. Joining her for this session, would you also please welcome Sarah Olsvig, International Chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, Professor Larry Hinsman, Executive Director of the Interagency Arctic Research Policy Committee, and Assistant Director of Polar Sciences, White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Professor Dr. Antje Boetius, Director, Alfred Wegener Institute, Helmholtz Center for Polar and Marine Research. Professor Jane Francis, Director, British Antarctic Survey, and Jefferson Cardia Simoesh, Vice President of SCAR. Welcome to all of you, and Renuka, I'll leave you to it.
Hello. That's good. That works. That's the first step. Thank you all for joining us for this workshop today. Many of you were asking me, what are we doing at this workshop exactly? So the short answer, and I will give you the long answer, is that we are responding to the 3 challenges raised by our first 3 speakers, Ella Merete, Gilda, and Victoria. We are trying to make sure we are speaking to each other, and we are working towards successful implementation of all of the polar research that is being carried out in the world. So now on to the long answer. We have a very active polar community. We have many long-term initiatives that are currently ongoing. There's also recognition that the polar regions are very, very important within the rest of the global scientific community. So we don't just have initiatives brought out by the polar regions and the polar experts. We also have initiatives like the UN Decade on Ocean Sciences, which have themes or dedicated subjects that are related to the polar regions. We also have all of these different initiatives are at different stages of happening. Some are in planning, some are halfway already through, and some are still in their conceptual, ideal place. What we are going to do today is to recognize that individually each of these initiatives are important, but also ensuring that they are all talking to each other, that we recognize that this is all a collaborative enterprise, and we utilize fully the expertise that is in this room, both from the Arctic and Antarctic. I think quite a few of our speakers have pointed out that this is one of the rare places where you have expertise from both poles coming together. And so let's utilize that today to ensure that we are working towards action, towards funding, and towards successful implementation of all of these large-scale initiatives that we are talking about. So for our first speaker, I hand over to Sarah, and she'll introduce her topic of indigenous participation in the polar regions.
Thank you so much for the invitation to this important symposium. As it was said in the introduction, I'm Sarah Olsvig. I'm the chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council. I also work with academia. Having been in politics for some years, I transitioned back into academia at a late age and initiated a research PhD project, which is focused mostly on security issues. But I think that the topics we are discussing today are closely related to the political science and the political development we see in the Arctic and beyond. And I want to take the opportunity of the beginning of this panel to draw your attention to the aspects of research and academia and the work that we do collectively that are so closely related to the aspects and concepts of sovereignty, of power relations, of power structures, and decision-making structures that, for the most part, were created at times when there was no or little recognition of the rights of indigenous peoples. Let's take the example of Greenland. In 1933, the Permanent Court of International Justice declared Greenland terra nullius prior to 1814. Can you imagine? We as Inuit lived there for millennia. So was this legal? Yes. Was it true? No. So this is an example of what we as a collective, whether we are scientists, researchers, policymakers, or others who are here because we are talking about our lands, our homelands, our waters and seas, and our relation to those. How important it is for us to always remember that we must challenge ourselves when it comes to the notion of power structures, when it comes to the notion of what is legal and what is right. So what I see in the development in the latest decades in relation to research in the Arctic is there's a gap in between what we do as indigenous peoples organizations, together with experts from around the world, including indigenous experts in the UN, developing rights and principles, instruments that determine not only our rights individually, but our rights collectively. And this is where the sovereignty comes in. Next week, I will be in Rome in an expert meeting discussing the very specific legal aspects of the difference between talking about local communities and talking about indigenous peoples. One concept, local communities, can be used for anyone. It doesn't come with instruments that determine the rights or even define what local communities are. And yet we see time and time again the conflation of local communities with indigenous peoples, resulting in the lack of recognition and implementation or even understanding of what the rights of indigenous peoples are about. I heard it a few times this morning, and I invite you all to challenge yourselves to understand the difference between local communities and indigenous peoples. As indigenous peoples from the Arctic, we have contributed through decades and decades, millennia, with knowledge, assisting research, polar explorers, making sure that they survived, that they were wearing clothes that were fitting for the Arctic climate. I can talk about Andarulungwa, the woman from Qaanaaq area in Avanossuaq, who joined expeditions and made sure that they had the proper clothes. Was she recognized? No. Not until recently we have started writing about those who came with the settler and outside colonial power explorers and made sure that those explorations were actually doable. So I think that in these 2 days and in the planning ahead of how to deal with cryosphere, how to deal with governance and policy making or even research, which is so closely interlinked with the colonization of our lands and seas, in a matter that is a good matter, in a good way, in the years that we live in 2024, we do not arrange meetings and do not ensure proper representation of indigenous peoples. We do not conduct research projects and do not make sure that we have at least considered how to include indigenous knowledge. And we should develop our research areas, challenging ourselves to think also about the different epistemologies that make up science and knowledge as a whole. They are not only defined by the universities in the South or in the so-called Western Hemisphere. There are also knowledge and sciences that are indigenous knowledge and sciences that, looking out in the room here, as our colleague Mrs. Omma said today, are not represented. So how do we integrate that into the way that we do science in the coming years? I think that is the biggest challenge we are facing, not just as a science community, but also in terms of governance. And we carry that responsibility to actually implement and uphold the promises of the rights that were negotiated through decades and decades with indigenous peoples and their leaders at the table, and that were recognized by our states. They apply not only to the governments who must implement them, but also to the businesses and research communities who should be the ones upholding and implementing them as well. So I will end it here and look forward to the dialogue. Qujanaq.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Larry Hinsman, and he'll introduce some of the Arctic initiatives, like the ICAR process that is currently ongoing, but also the International Polar Year, which includes both the polar regions. Larry.
Thanks, Renika. So it's wonderful to be back here. I was fortunate enough to be part of the Polar Symposium that was held in this room 2 years ago, and that was remarkably important and effective. And I think the organizers can be very proud of what was accomplished in that meeting. And so it gives me great hope and optimism to think about what's going to happen today and tomorrow and where this will go from here. So I will just start by thanking the organizers of this meeting and thanking the participants for everything that you've been doing and everything that you will do. So today, as Renika said, I'm going to talk about the IPY as far as what we can do, how we can prepare for that, and the ICARP. The ICARP is the International Conference on Arctic Research Planning, which is held every 10 years. So I am with the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, and I'm pleased to represent that office at this meeting today, and that the United States has recognized and that we are an Arctic nation. And I think President Biden has been very supportive of polar research in general and in climate change research specifically. And he's been very, very supportive of activities that lead to the advancement of understanding in that regard. And so I'm really quite proud of the fact, quite proud to work for President Biden at this time. I think it's been a lot of good things have really come out of it. And I'm also really pleased just to see the emphasis. I've been doing Arctic and polar research for 40 years, and I'm really pleased to see the evolution of the understanding of the emphasis and the engagement of the people of our world, the people of the United States in particular, with respect to understanding, accepting that the polar regions are important, that they do have an important effect and influence upon our climate dynamics, upon the weather trajectories, upon economics, and so many other social aspects. When we see our newspapers today, we see so many of those consequences impacting society, impacting the people. But it's only been recently that our scientific communities have taken on these issues of societal issues, that we're looking beyond just permafrost dynamics or sea ice or our glaciers, and actually taking that information, taking that understanding to look at how it affects people. And I think that's really, really important. And I agree completely with Sarah in that it's really essential to start with the beginning of the indigenous engagement so that we can understand what those communities feel, what they need, and how we can help with their engagement to move forward. So I want to talk a little bit about the ICARP. I'll be brief on this. So the first ICARP was convened in Hanover, New Hampshire. Maybe I'll back up just a little bit. First, I want to talk about why it was convened. And so the IASC, the International Association of International Arctic Science Committee. I should know this. I used to be president. The International Arctic Science Committee was convened. It was established in 1990, and part of the initial bylaws were that IASC would convene a meeting every 10 years to look at the state of Arctic science and to get the community together to understand and focus on how we can work together to look at the priorities and look at what needed to be done in the coming decade. And again, we've seen remarkable progress. There's so much we can do when we work together. And so I think the purpose of this panel to think about the initiatives that are coming up and how can we connect these various initiatives together to get the progress that we really need to see. And we've been seeing that over the past decade. I think the Arctic Circle Assembly is a great example of that, where we bring together the researchers working from around the world and get them to positively collaborate and connect. So as I mentioned, the first ICARP was held in Hanover, New Hampshire in 1995. The second one was held in Copenhagen in 2005, and the third one was in Toyama in 2015. And now it's time again for the next one. So in 2025, the fourth ICARP will be held in Boulder, Colorado, in association with the Arctic Science Summit Week. So it'll be there next year, and we hope we will all participate in that. These ICARPs have really demonstrated an effectiveness of bringing the community together and look upon what's needed to be done. I was fortunate I participated in all of them, so I've seen the evolution and the growth of the research community and how we all have come to recognize that through partnerships we can do so much more, and through these collaborations such as this, where we get together and identify the priorities of what needs to be done, really make it so much more. So the ICARP 4 is really in a good timing right now with respect to the coming up with the planning of the International Polar Year. And so you can see from this graphic that this is building to help us prepare for what needs to be done to get the global collaborations, the global communities together, the funding agents, the national funding agencies prepared to support us in this effort. And so ICARP 4 is just one of those planning tools to help us prepare for that. And so the timing is very, very good, because for something of this magnitude like the IPY, it really does take 10 years to prepare for it and get the funding in place and get the partnerships built. So the ICARP 4 includes scientists of all career stages, all disciplines, and particularly important is the engagement of the early career scientist. And I'm really happy to see this International Polar Year only 25 years after the fifth International Polar Year is 25 years after the fourth International Polar Year. So many of the early career scientists that were engaged in that activity will still be there, still be engaged, and we can build on the work that they did then, revisit those field sites, and expand the science that was done at that time. So I just want to mention now that ICARP is going to focus on several very important science themes that cut across disciplines and will require new and innovative thinking. And so the 7 topic areas are the role of the Arctic in global system. Topic area 2 is observing, reconstructing, and predicting future climate dynamics and ecosystem responses. Topic area 3 is understanding the vulnerability and resilience of Arctic environments and societies. And the 4th area is scientific cooperation and diplomacy. The 5th is co-production and indigenous-led methodologies. The 6th is preparing present and future generations through education, outreach, communications, capacity building, and networking. And finally, the 7th is technology, infrastructure, logistics, and services. And so we welcome coordination engagement with the other initiatives that are discussed today, and we really look forward to your input and engagement as we prepare for this important event. So thank you all.
Thanks, Larry. And I hand over next to Anja Boetus and Jane Francis, who can both provide us with a dual source of input. So something like Antarctica in Sync, which is a very science-based program based in the Antarctic, but also a national outlook from Germany and from the UK.
Thank you very much. On the way to the next International Polar Year and in the framework of the UN Ocean Decade, and mostly on behalf of the Horizon Foresight processes that SCAR offers, we have developed an idea to answer as many questions as possible to the continent of Antarctica and the most giant ocean current on Earth, the circumpolar Southern Ocean Current. Just a few reminders. This Southern Ocean Current, this area of Earth, consumes 50% of the total ocean heat uptake. It is therefore important for our climate, and also the CO2 uptake of that ocean region is the largest compared to all ocean regions, and it is changing. We have evidence from the Earth climate history that knowing exactly how the ocean functions, how the relationship between ocean and ice of the Antarctic Antarctic continent functions, is key determinants of our future. So when you look at this image of the continent, the ice, and the Southern Ocean Current, the big challenge that we would like to carry out as scientists, connected of course to society, is to come up with a synchronized effort before the end of the Ocean UN Decade to really manage to have a circumpolar synchronous understanding of urgent questions. The urgent questions are similar to what you just said, Larry. They have to do with how can science, especially in times where funding might actually decrease, not increase, how can we be more efficient? How can we leave a legacy? How can we be more sustainable? And to answer that, it is all about cooperation. And so we have in the Antarctic continent and the Southern Ocean current, we have the famous Antarctic Treaty System, and we have the organization COMNAP, the Council of All Managers of access to these important areas of Earth. So there is a good preconditioning for coming together and asking the world, basically, to do the biggest mission of humankind for Antarctica and the Southern Ocean, coming together, planning research together, standardizing methods, and leaving a data legacy of a baseline of Antarctica that is changing, meanwhile, almost as fast as the Arctic. So when you look at these images, they are the snapshots of sea ice of yesterday. Left, you see the Antarctic continent, and you see the little sea ice left behind. You see then the data of satellite observations that show you the dramatic collapse of Antarctic sea ice after 2018, and you see that now the Antarctic has a trend that it is even speaking of more sea ice lost than the total sea ice lost than we had in the Arctic. You see this little image of penguins on a piece of glacial ice. Can you please play it for me, this little image here, this little movie? I hope you can do it from the back because I could not start it, I think. No. Maybe you can do it. Well, actually, I would like to bring back this morning's observations that in the middle of all climate change, of trying to understand the physics of Earth and trying to predict what future we have as humans, there is this other trajectory of knowing the life that is connected to the cryosphere and the oceans. And this little movie that you see here comes from this expedition that Prince Albert referred to this morning. What you see here is penguins trying, and you almost have to laugh when you see that, trying to get up on such a piece of glacial ice. I learned a lot about penguins on this mission. And when you understand that we have life on Earth, penguins, whales, seals, but also microbes that will only occur if we have sea ice around. And if the sea ice is gone, it changes everything. And that is not true only for sea ice, it's true for snow, it's true for all parts of the cryosphere, that the changes we have will change life as we know it, including human life. And to answer to all of those questions, to have a baseline, to even understand what new forms of pollution are coming into Antarctica, we need this coordinated effort that we are planning as a key contribution, as I said. And Jane will now say a few more things about how we can organize that and what technologies, methods, and people we need to be able to do it. The idea is 2-3 years of preparation and then 2 years of intensive field work in Antarctica, all of us together with enough room and a new capacity for those countries that have no polar infrastructure, because Antarctica and the Southern Ocean is important to all humans on Earth and also non-human life.
Thank you, Antje. So in the past, what's happened mostly in Antarctica is that individual nations have been to Antarctica, they've carried out their projects, they collected their data, but in isolation. So we have these pinpoints of data at specific times. So the idea for Antarctica in Sync is literally to have as many nations as possible working in Antarctica at the same time so that we can coordinate all our observations. And as Antje said, we make a baseline of what Antarctica is like today or in a few years' time. So this idea came about because many nations now have new icebreakers, ironically, as the ice is disappearing, but fantastic new science ships where we can do really new kinds of science in Antarctica. So there's a ship here behind us. This is the UK ship, but the idea is to work with all the Antarctic nations, all the national Antarctic polar operators and directors, to bring together all our science infrastructure at the same time around Antarctica, which will be an amazing collaboration. And as Antje said, once in a lifetime, I think. So the idea is to make sure that we coordinate our science with all the scientists in Antarctica, that we work together, that we coordinate all our infrastructures as well. One of the issues that we have, of course, that taking ships to Antarctica is not very green. And in this world where we should be thinking of our carbon footprint, I think we need to be very careful in future and be really innovative and forward-thinking about how we do science in both polar regions. And one of the ways that many nations are already starting to do that is with autonomous vehicles. So we don't take our ship and burn fuel for hundreds of miles. We actually use the ship, if you like, as we call ours a mothership, and we send out autonomous vehicles. We send out drones into the air. We send out surface water vehicles that are driven by wind and GPS measurements, that we look at ocean conditions with gliders. We can go under ice shelves that we've never been before. We can take pictures. We can understand and record data from underneath the ice shelves. So it will be an era of new technology, using the ships as basis for a new way of doing science and collecting a huge amount of data that we can share with the whole world and share for new techniques using AI and the new technological innovation, but also for people who can't access the Antarctic for one reason or another. And I think we're also very keen to work in the winter in Antarctica. Now there's a challenge, to go to Antarctica with icebreakers in Antarctica and to do exciting science that we've never done before in these really harsh conditions, but it's part of the whole cycle of Antarctica that we know nothing about. So there's a real excitement about taking this forward. And of course, we can only do it with really good international collaboration. This will take years of planning. It's really important that we engage a whole host of young researchers who are going to take this forward, because some of us will probably not be around by the time this actually takes place. And it will generate a whole generation of researchers who understand that working together is the way to do big, multidisciplinary, exciting science that is the kind of science that we need to address all these global problems that we have today. So InSync is ready to go. We've been talking about the planning of it now, and hopefully you'll see some future announcements about collecting science ideas, to bringing communities together and putting our ships in the right place to address these major, major questions about Antarctica and global change. So we look forward to seeing you all engage in this project in future. Thank you.
And so the next person to speak will be Jefferson Simoes, who will talk to us about, again, the IPY and also connectivity from the polar regions to the rest of the world as well. Jefferson.
Okay, thank you, Anuka. I've been asked to talk about how SCAR is preparing towards the 5th IPY, how we are looking at forward. And I would say that we began that in 2012 when we had a SCAR scan to think, is over there. Think about what are the main questions? What are your challenges for the next 20 years? From that and from our strategic plan until 2028, we have 3 scientific research programs that are over here in the slide. And as you can see, they are all connected to the topics that we are talking here about, because they examine the climatic viability and extreme events and prediction. That's the Antarctic icon. Try to integrate the science to inform Antarctic and Southern Ocean conservation. I just made it. Antarctic Climate Now was the first one. Antarctic icon is the one that integrates science to inform Antarctic and Southern Ocean. And then one of the main questions, we have a lot of unknowns, is the stability or instability of the Antarctic ice sheet. mainly the West Antarctic ice sheet, and how it's going to respond, and is responding, in fact, to climate changes and the stability of the different ice shelves, and if it can contribute in a faster velocity than expected to the increase of sea level changes, and then changing the scenarios that we have been working for the last 20 years. Besides that, we have already acting in some cross-disciplinary research programs, like just for example, rings that is examine the ice margin and mainly the floating line where the ice sheet floats and becomes ice shelf, and that is one of the main questions and that we have. But most important, we needed to have the questions for 2032-33. And of course, one thing that we need to increase is the field work and mainly the lab cooperation along these next 4 or 5 years. And Jane already talked about here, it's going to be more and more important to use, not just in summer and the winter, the different kind of automatization that we have for collection of data. Is the vans, the vehicles, is the robots, even more important, we are going to need to find ways of administrating the enormous data collection that we are having already. And one point that we must be aware, we must find ways of keeping the data, storage the data, and reproduce the next generation. It's become a big problem worldwide as the data is being generated, and we need to reproduce and begin to use AI, artificial intelligence, how to manage and have a better production of the data sets. And that, of course, that brings the sharing. We still have a problem of sharing data, although it's our obligation by the Antarctic Treaty. Some countries still don't share the data, and we need to have to act in more efficient way. One thing that I think that's becoming more and more important towards the IPY is connection, or even in our jargon, teleconnections between the 2 polar regions and the temperate and the tropics. It's sometimes I really become surprised that we are studying the 2 polar regions and people forget there are things in the middle. There are people in the middle. And that comes to another thing, another point that is going to become quite important, and is one of the areas that's going to be affected strongly about changes in the Antarctica, about the increase of climatic variability. Is not only South America, it's the African continent. We are talking about 1.8 billion people, that are not really aware of what are going to affect. We have in the Antarctic Treaty System and the SCAR just South Africa. We need to have, if we are thinking about inclusion, we need to share their data and begin to see the results of changes, mainly in this, I would say, in the sea ice fast retreat around Antarctica, and how is this, or what implies for the atmospheric and oceanic circulation in our South Atlantic to the east and west coasts. That is becoming quite clear that the number and the frequency and the intensity of extreme events, I would say not totally, but maybe related to the sea ice variability. And those points should come out in the next 4 years, and we hope that now we are having, just now in the Open Science Conference in Chile in August, the first discussions about IPY planning. And so we need to bring it to the table, not just the Africans, but other foreigners and foreigners that can understand that, okay, it has already economic impact, and just ask, I was telling someone here, that just tell, or rather ask the insurance industry what they think about climatic viability and how it's affecting their business.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Can we have the next slide, please? I'm just waiting for the next slide. That's okay. I will direct you all. There was only one figure that I was going to show you on the screen, but extremely helpfully, there are International Polar Year concept notes out everywhere. And there is only one figure in that. There we go. Thank you so much. So that's the figure I was referring to. And this gives you an idea of all of the, or some of the different long-term initiatives that are currently ongoing. Most of you in this room are involved in at least one, if not more, of these initiatives. When you look for endorsement of these initiatives, when you look for funding, when you look for action and implementation for these funding, what do you need? And that is what we are trying to give you today. To produce a document that kind of underscores the importance of these initiatives, the importance of the fact that they're all collaborating and speaking with each other, and ensuring that we are not duplicating any effort, and ensuring that the data that's produced from these initiatives lasts as a legacy of these things ongoing. So that is the thing I want you all to keep right in front of your minds as you think up of questions for the panelists and also for the workshops that are coming. I hope you have all chosen the breakout session that you all would like to participate in. Remember, this is for you. We need to know what you need from this document that we are creating. So please do sign up for the breakout sessions. And I'll start with the first few questions that I have, and I'll give you a few minutes to compose your own questions to us as well. I think we've talked about high-level support and initiatives. We've talked about ensuring equity and participation. Do you all have any success stories so far that showcase some of the gaps that were highlighted this morning? Let's take up the issue of equity, and we can talk about successes and maybe something that we can learn from these initiatives that have been successful.
Yes, I want to highlight one success that is currently challenged, but nevertheless still exists, is live, is working, is following its rules of procedure, and I'm of course talking about the Arctic Council. The Arctic Council, as co-founded by Arctic indigenous peoples, grew out of initiatives that came from the peoples, that were focused on environmental protection, on focus on biodiversity and ecosystem-based approaches, inclusion of the knowledge of the peoples who have lived in the Arctic for millennia. And the mechanisms built within the Arctic Council, they of course constantly need to be strengthened, and believe me, we take that up time and time again, and we see improvements. But as a governance body and as a collaborative body, I want to highlight the Arctic Council as a success that we must join in protecting in these difficult times. Not only because the Arctic Council makes up important collaborative fora within science, but also because of its unique structure with 6 permanent participants representing the indigenous peoples of the Arctic as integral parts of the decision-making processes of the Arctic. And whenever we looked to Arctic governance as an example to gather ideas and elaborate further on collaboration in other regions of the world, if we do not carry with us and understand those fundamental principles of what it means to have a full and effective participation of indigenous peoples, I don't believe we will be as successful. And this also goes for the Antarctic, especially on the governance area, but also science. And I forgot actually to give you insight to one little thing that is more like an advertising of the Inuit Circumpolar Council's Inuit Protocols for Equitable and Ethical Engagement. We developed these protocols after our delegates from around Inuit Nunat, from Chukotka, Russia, Alaska, Canada, and Greenland, having experienced centuries of collaborative efforts from scientists who came into our homelands, wanting to collect data, wanting to work in the Arctic, not always with indigenous peoples, but often about indigenous peoples, also often not about indigenous peoples, but about our resources, lands, territories, and waters. And we saw a very big need to describe and come up with protocols on how to do that better, on how to do that based on an equitable manner with full implementation of the rights of indigenous peoples. So I all invite you to look at the Inuit Circumpolar Council's ethical and equitable engagement protocols. The protocols also offer a definition of indigenous knowledge. And again here, I want to draw your attention to the difference between what we call local knowledge and what we call indigenous knowledge. With indigenous knowledge comes not only the knowledge of how to go from A to B, or where the specific species are, when fish spawn, or what happens with reindeer when the ice is preventing them from digging down to the ground. It is also about the interrelated connectedness we have to the nature around us, and that understanding as a worldview. Furthermore, it's intergenerational, and it holds its own processes of validation. So it also requires a full understanding and recognition from the surrounding world as another way of knowing, but as an equally important and valuable way of knowing. And I truly challenge you all to look at that. And the same definition is the definition that has been used within the Arctic Council for many years now. So that will be my examples of good practices, Røyna.
Thank you for that. I wonder if anyone else has any examples, maybe from the science or accessing the polar regions side?
Someone turn this on. You share. I'll try this one. So, of course, in a way, science, of course, it can be criticized for being rooted. The science that we do today, you can criticize it for being rooted in colonialism. That is historically and culturally a correct analysis. It is still a field where we have learned to collaborate across nations and across different cultures, and across gender finally also, and across many aspects of diversity. It can always be better, but if you look at the history of science, and when you look at the question of how scientific data and scientific knowledge determines our future, I think that larger, ambitious, collaborative initiatives and the ability to produce data, publications, assessments that go directly into policy advice is also a best practice story. Now, what do we have to improve in that matter? It's of course improving accessibility and planability, and I found this morning's input very important of young generation scientists who say in a world where it looks like there's a crisis in collaboration, a crisis in multilateral agreement, a crisis in research funding, a crisis in securing permanent positions, to come together as institutions and really look after that and try to plan more long-term, more reliable, and also with a view on the next generation and their ability to bring in new methods. We have not mentioned it here much, but we all know there is a revolution ahead in terms of the way we do science, and that has to do with artificial intelligence and with connectivity. Just of last year, and it must also change the way all communities live, to be able to connect seamlessly to the internet in the Arctic, in the high Arctic, and in the Antarctic, and share everything, including pictures of where you are with your family at home, that completely changes the way we work, think, and the way we connect the public to the cryosphere, to these extreme regions where only few people can go. We had a really amazing feedback of people who could follow us on expedition, and with the first fully teleconnected robot dive at the North Pole, where everyone who wanted could be part of a robot diving and looking under the ice, observing a lack of sea ice algae that usually are there. So this revolution in sharing data and access is one, and it can also work in the field of equity if it's done right. But the rules for that, the procedures for bringing in new technologies, artificial intelligence, more data sharing, the rules are up under discussion. And if you follow how the EU discusses today, sharing of data with everyone, yes, no, and in what areas, the whole issue of having our own policies of data sharing and new technologies is really up on the table, and especially for extreme environments and the cryosphere.
Does anyone else have any comments to that at all?
Actually, yes, I'd like to add, you know, it's, there's some value in being part of the old guard, and I think Mr. Grimson, Mr. Paulson, Olaf could agree that, you know, as far as if we look at where we are today, we rightfully believe that the crises are just out of proportion, out of hand. But to look back over 40 and 50 years and see the evolution that we've made, and to see the progression of science and the acceptance of the population as far as the problems we're addressing and how we have to work together to address those, it's just been really, you know, from a long-term perspective, it's been remarkable progress. I think back at our first ICARP, the first ICARP in 1995, and that was a great example of how not to do a meeting, in that there was just such incredible conflict where people felt if your project didn't make it into the final list of projects, it wasn't going to be done. And we've evolved to know that we can do so much more if we work together, and these are good ideas, and we'll take them as we can and put the priorities forward and work on them together, but also think about those other ideas, those small ideas that need to build and grow into something like artificial intelligence. And so these success stories, they're what put us on the path to know what we have to do next and give us the guidance to get there. And so I think, you know, we've got some huge challenges before us, but we also now have the insights and the willingness to take on those challenges. So I think, although we've got huge challenges in front of us, we've also got good reasons to be proud of what's been accomplished.
I agree. I think we are on the cusp of a lot of new science that can be applied to the polar regions. Environmental DNA, all the genetic work, it's new, and it's something that we can apply. But the other thing that I'd like to emphasize is our link to space. Satellites. Satellite observations and remote sensing has absolutely revolutionized polar science. We've been able to see the whole continent from a satellite rather than bits and pieces. And that has changed. That's the way that we know the ice sheets are changing, through satellite observations. And then we've gone to have a look to see in detail what's happening. So to reinforce what's been said, I think that these new technologies are absolutely critical to be employed. Some of them are expensive. We need to put satellite dishes. We need new links, repeater stations with satellite companies across Antarctica. so that we can communicate with the rest of the world. We can send our data that we're collecting with autonomous vehicles, but at the moment we can't send it back in a good state because we need better satellite communication with the home state to send the data back. So we're right at the cusp, I think, of this revolution in data science, but in understanding the whole of Antarctica. And that requires working together. The other thing that really struck me is particularly seeing the diagram that shows the time span towards IPY, is that polar science requires long-term planning. There aren't many scientific topics that are working like that. And certainly at the moment, I think a problem in many countries is that scientific funding is in small chunks. How many of us apply for a grant proposal for 3 years? What can we do in 3 years? We need long-term strategic planning through all of our funding agencies. And of course, the politics of governments and the length of governments and the views of governments inhibits that sometime. So long-term planning, long-term funding is absolutely critical for that. I think probably the space research is one other area that can do this. So I think we need to convince all of our funders that the long term is the way to do really good polar science that will help understand our planet in future.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the audience? I can ask one more question that I've got plenty, but it would be good to have some questions from the audience. Jérôme?
Yeah, thank you, Renuka. Jérôme Chapolas from EPFR in Switzerland and the Swiss Polar Institute. Just a word of clarification from Antje and Jane. You spoke about InSync and you insisted on the fact that you would use vessels, you would conduct a lot of work in oceanography. Can you be more specific about science inland in Antarctica? Thank you.
Yeah, so the dream is to not only look at the ocean, because of course ocean, land, ice, atmosphere are fully interconnected. There is a lot of focus by the science community about the ocean-ice interaction, not only for the role that the ocean in Antarctica plays for reducing the sea ice. I mean, today we cannot really explain that jump that we saw, the collapse of the sea ice in parts. But then there is this, when you go down, when you are with the ship, when you're in front of the glacial tongues, and you see how the ocean eats the ice from the underside, which you cannot measure remotely, and we still have not the robots to go under the ice, there's this observation, there are parts of ocean ice interactions we just don't understand and we cannot scale. However, we would really like to have the full ice picture, and there is a number of scientific groups that have already contacted and suggested partnership. For example, there is the future of the ring studies that are dealing already with part of the view on glaciers. There is a group that proposes the paleoclimate science should assess all of the Southern Ocean and Antarctica's climate archives and find out the gaps. What is missing from our ability to understand the past to predict the future? And then there is, of course, many more aspects on terrestrial science, like the biodiversity of Antarctica's plants, the invasive species questions from the atmosphere. We have the big groups that deal with ozone hole questions, but they have found new pollutants that we have not, where we not yet have the synchronized measurements, so they are there with that. There is the World Meteorological Observation Organization and ESA, who would like to be partners to bring in the space part of it. So it should be as inclusive as possible, finding out these intersections between various questions that we have. One that is very important to my heart, and I was recently visiting Kamala, the Organization for the Antarctic Living Marine Resources. So we have fantastic krill scientists and krill fisheries, and we have whale observation. But we do not have any expeditions where the return of the whales and the connection to krill standing stock, krill turnover, and prediction of future krill-whale interactions is researched. It is disparate communities who do not collaborate. So part of our charge is to really bring out those questions, as Ka did with the Horizon Scan, and try to get the stakeholders to shape the questions better so that science gives data at their best. And I would like for a moment to come back to Sarah's point of what deep, long-lived indigenous knowledge needs to and could be part of the science that we do. and that is especially also in the relationship between humans and life. It is the history of mankind to be able to grow and survive on the basis of symbiosis with life, and especially the human whale story is one of the biggest ones, and there is Greenlandic knowledge for thousands of years of how to have whales as part of the family, and even if you hunt it, that it is part of your strategy of survival and sustainability. We can learn so much from our long-standing culture of how we cooperate with organisms, and that is a part of cultural sciences, of also natural sciences of observation and understanding interaction that we need to bring back to the table, because what we have ahead of us is really a challenge to life as we know it that may perish in many parts of Earth. And we are really hoping we can put that part to the Antarctic research as well, because the whales do not stick there, they travel, and they are visiting other places, and there's a direct connection between Antarctica and Polynesia, for example.
Do we have any other questions? Michael?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting discussion and the presentations. I'm Michael Karcher. I'm working at the Alfred Wegener Institute for Polar and Marine Research, and I'm also the coordinator of the EU research project Arctic Passion. I would like to know, given the importance of a better inclusion of indigenous knowledge into scientific activities and the need for more equity and participation of indigenous communities and scholars into science, are there any plans yet for a kind of concerted effort from the science community together with indigenous representatives for these upcoming initiatives in terms of long-term funding for those inclusive activities, for the IPY, for ICARP, for the Antarctic SYNC, I don't know the abbreviation by heart yet, activities. So I would like to know if there are such concerted efforts for long-term funding and more inclusivity, and if not, I would like to suggest that we get started with this kind of concerted effort towards the funding agencies.
So yeah, I'd like to take that if I may. So absolutely. So the U.S. has what we call Arctic research plans that are federal plans that the U.S. government engages in as far as all of our agencies collaborating together. And we just developed the latest Arctic research plan about 2 years ago, and one of the foundational activities in that plan is indigenous engagement, as far as it's called participatory research and indigenous leadership in research. And so that's a foundational activity that permeates everything that is supposed to be done with respect to Arctic research in the United States. And I think it's been very effective in launching the evolution of where U.S. research is going, in that the National Science Foundation just released a guidance document a few days ago, 2 or 3 days ago, about that it's important when you submit proposals to the U.S. National Science Foundation, you now must describe what the concerns, interests, and impacts to indigenous peoples and lands are. And so it's not just necessarily if you're working on the indigenous owned lands or have indigenous partners, but what those impacts could be regardless of where you work. And so it's very much embedded in the U.S. research scientific mentality now. So I think that's another good aspect of the evolution of the science and the evolution of the community's thoughts.
And I can add to that from our side as indigenous peoples organizations, we do see sort of flashes of positive things happening here and there. But I really agree with you about the need for a structured and sort of coordinated effort to truly implement those perspectives. And yesterday was the International Mother Language Day. We always mark that day and observe that day, for example, because indigenous peoples make up less than 6% of the world's population. But we speak 4,000 of the world's languages that in total are only a little less than 7,000. So this is an example of how our presence, the recognition of us as peoples adds to the world's richness, not just in cultural terms, but also in terms of knowledge, which also comes through our language. So language preservation of indigenous languages is part of the knowledge preservation, is part of the development of expert scientific indigenous knowledge. So it's just an example to give you that these things are so interrelated, and you cannot separate one thing from another. And especially in regards to Arctic indigenous peoples, our interconnectedness to the ice, to the way that seas behave, to the way that our natural surroundings are, is a huge pool of knowledge that at this point of time is not used optimally, in an optimal way. So I think that there is a need for a friendly revolution in the way that we do science in the polar regions. And I think that the way to make a good friendly revolution is to have a strong partnership and equal participation of indigenous peoples into that. But bearing in mind that we are challenged when it comes to capacity. So that's why we need allies to think like us, so that we expand the worldviews of the collective humankind. Rønner.
Thank you. I think we have other speakers who want to chip in as well.
Hello. It works. We are talking about examples of success. I think that the role of SCAR in the Antarctic Treaty has been extremely successful for almost 66 years as advisor, as giving ways to go to enforce in some ways the collaboration and to think about the important questions. Even more important, it has managed, for example, to support the CAMLAR and other groups that are involved with the environment managing of the Antarctic. Okay, that's the past, is working, but we have new challenges. And those challenges we are going to deal in the next 5 to 10 years. Is the question of fishing in the Antarctica or in the Southern Ocean, and how some, I would say, pirate fishing fleets are coming towards the area of CAMLAR. Is the impact of tourism if it gets out of control, and all that you need to have advise and try to regulate it. Just come to my mind that 2048 is not a long time from now. That is going to be a pressure for the next 10 years to begin to think about how to extend the moratorium for mineral resources. And over all that, we need to do with something existential, that is disinformation and bad education at the base level. In some ways, we needed to deconstruct myths about the polar regions. It's not a long way, it's not isolated, it's not something just for explorers. You needed to bring citizen science together to redefine the perception of the polar regions in the general public. If not, we still live in myths that would be real by 1950s, not now.
I still have another point about the question of knowledge and the contribution of science, and that has to do with using the past and present observations to understand the future, and especially there where it hurts the most to humanity. And in the polar cryosphere, and a bit was said already this morning by Olafur Grimsson, is there are more than two big problems that we need to solve, but it is so important to always be clear about that. At this point, no scientist on Earth, and also not the entire community, can tell the people that if to the end of the century we'll have 1 meter sea level rise or 5. Now, the end of the century, there are people born today that will live at that time. When you take the IPCC reports, it actually ends, all reporting ends and all projections end at 2100. But people are born today who will live then. So to think now 100 or 200 years ahead, because some of the infrastructure we build is supposed to live that long, think of dikes, for example, and we have a kind of a right as humans to know if we invest today and what we invest today, will it be good enough? And if it's 1 meter or 5 meter makes all the difference for that investment. The other important one that we always forget is we have 23 was the first year that hit 1.5 degrees global warming because of the coincidence of El Nino and is still not properly explained extreme heating of the Atlantic. We don't know if this is going away. No one can tell you that. I've been to a conference recently where the best climate modelers had to agree, we don't know what the next years will bring. So the massive death of marine life this year and last year and the years before, will it be scaled or not? And there is a gap in the knowledge that comes from not understanding the cooling effect of aerosols, of sulfur particles from the past. So sulfur particles that are commonly transported by volcanoes make all the difference. Coal that we use makes a difference. Is it 0.5 degree that we have in stock because it's cooled against? Is it 1 or even 2 degrees? We don't know. And these uncertainties, they matter so much for investment and finances and everyone's life that I kind of would say there is a right of people to know the answers, and the answers can only be done by cryosphere science. And so this is just 2 examples, and there are many more of this kind of this scale, where when you look at the time scale of the International Polar Year, it will be happening in a time, 32, 33, where we are predicted to have had the first ice-free summer in the Arctic and potentially an even more dramatic collapse of both the glaciers and the sea ice. Just think that it is that timeline. So then you know why we all should agree and not fight Arctic versus Antarctic versus high latitude mountains versus this kind of science versus that kind of science. But it is our charge to give those answers, if we are paid for that or not. It means survival. And that's my point I wanted to give you to think about when we come back for a workshop later of how important is collaboration and infrastructure.
Thank you very much. I've just been told we have time for 1 question and then very short answers. So I've seen Gosha has had her hand up for quite some time.
Thank you very much. Gosha Śmieszek, UIT, the Arctic University of Norway, and nonprofit Women of the Arctic. I'll just ask very quick question, but perhaps central, and about the role of Russia and engagement of Russia in the processes that we are discussing. And I assume this question is not only on my mind as we are sitting in this room, especially as we are speaking about long-term collaborations, preparation toward the next IPY. If I could ask panel for reflection on this, how we can prepare for that, how we can think about engagement with Russia moving forward, and of course knowing all the limitations and right reasons for which we don't have it now at this point. Thank you.
So if, just to repeat in short, how would we consider the role of Russia given the current circumstances, and how would we ensure inclusivity with Russian scientists? Is that right, Gosha? Thank you.
I'll take first crack. So thanks, Gosha. It's a really important question. I guess I'd like to, I need to state that this unlawful war in Ukraine is a terrible occurrence, and it's really hammering so many aspects of our civilization, and so it really upsets me terribly. I also want to reflect back on Henry Burgess's comments this morning, in that I've worked in Russia many, many years. We have many collaborators, many friends in Russia, and they contribute really important work to the understanding of global climate dynamics. And it's just a terrible loss to have that science ripped from our collective understanding at this point. And it's also, it goes far beyond, well, their contributions are probably the most important aspect of it, but also we lose all of that data, we lose that understanding. The Russian Arctic contributes so much of the the carbon emissions to our atmosphere right now. We have tremendous emissions of both carbon dioxide and methane from the degrading permafrost. We have the changes in the surface energy balance, which has global effects to the climate dynamics. We have just the terrible loss of the understanding of the ocean circulation, ocean dynamics, the emissions of methane from the Laptev Sea. It just reverberates on and on and on. And then the consequences to the people of Russia, as far as there are so many indigenous peoples in Russia that are being affected by the degradation of permafrost, the collapse of the coasts. And so it's a terrible catastrophe for the global science dynamics, but it's also a huge loss to the people of Russia. I was very, following the invasion of Ukraine and following the withdrawal of many Russian scientists from our international collaborative projects, it really broke my heart to lose that engagement, those contributions. At the same time, I really strongly oppose this war, and it makes me sad to see where we are today. But the only way we can approach this is to finish this, is to end that conflict.
Thanks.
In echoing what has been said, I also want to recognize what was said by Henry Burgess in the morning on the importance of remembering the losses within science that we are experiencing in these years. Our organization, Inuit Circumpolar Council, represents also the 2,000 Inuit who live in Chukotka. It took us a long time to include them fully as equal members in our organization. It took the end of the Cold War. Our organization was established in 1977, so the political movement through the 70s and 80s included diplomatic efforts to pave the way for the membership of our fellow Inuit from Chukotka. And we are safeguarding that unity that we have today in our organization, but it is not an easy task. And why are we safeguarding it? Well, of course, because we are one people in the sense of being an indigenous people, but also because we have seen over the decades the importance of being able to collaborate across state borders in making sure that we have a holistic perspective on the ecosystem, that we have a holistic perspective on the resources that do not stop at a state border drawn on a map, and that we have an understanding of, for example, how important it is to join in management of polar bears, of management of for example, the polynya between Greenland and Canada, the Bigialasorsuaq. Still today in 2024, it's difficult because we are built on a Westphalian state system where we are not from day to day able to impose changes to that system or introduce changes to that system so that we can co-manage, for example, a polynya in the Arctic. So it has taken us years and years to get to that point. And the thin threads of communications we do have with our fellow Inuit in Chukotka is something that we safeguard, because the value of that contact, we believe, will be continuous in the years to come. But it is a very, very difficult situation, and we share the concerns and the deep worries about the abruption, or what you call the end of collaboration on the scientific area as well. When that is said, I also want again reiterate that the Arctic Council still has 8 state members and 6 permanent participants and members, and we are working in the working groups. So there is some light, although it is not business as usual, as you know, and it is a difficult balance, but we are in it for the long run. Bueno.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid that's it for this part of the session. We still have the workshops and the breakout sessions after lunch. So apologies to those questions that could not be asked just now. Please hold them until after lunch. The discussion continues and will continue over lunch and also at the breakout sessions. Remember, we have to provide a document that we need with the information that we need to make all of these initiatives a resounding success. so we understand the polar regions much better for the betterment of the world. Thank you very much.
Renuka, thank you. Thank you so much to all of our panelists for that first panel on upcoming collaborative initiatives over the next decade. It is now time for our lunch break. So as you head out, just follow the hostesses who will be holding foundation umbrellas. They'll take you to the Castle Rock restaurant. That's about a 5-minute walk away. Remember, again, if you have not done so already, please sign up for the afternoon workshops. You can do that on your way out on the right. There are just about 13 people per group, so make sure you sign up so you get into the group that you'd like to get into. We'll meet back here at 2:30 p.m. to start those workshops. It'll be looking at the long-term collaborations and initiatives for the next decade. Have a great break, and we'll see you about 2:30 right back here. Welcome back, everyone. Can everyone please come have a seat so we can get the next session underway? Please come on in and grab a seat, everybody. I hope everyone had a great lunch. Just look for a place to sit and sit down before we move into our small groups. Please, everyone, come on in, grab a seat. Okay, everybody grab a seat and we will get the next session underway. Thank you. Okay, so this afternoon we're going to be breaking into small group workshops to take a closer look at long-term initiatives and how they can shape the next decade. So all of you are going to be working together to try and figure out how to connect, how to relate, how to define common priorities for polar research and policy. So in theory, you signed up for different workshops. If you didn't, don't worry about it. If you hear a topic that sounds interesting to you, when I call that workshop's topic, feel free to go with them. For some groups, there's a limit to the number of people, but I think we should be okay. So we're going to start a bit backwards. This is topic number 4. This topic is on science policy considerations. So first, can I please have the leaders of group 1 and 2, that's James Kirkham. James, where are you? Okay, James, can you stand right in the back? And your rapporteur is Ada Ayadine. And then the second leader is Lydie Lescarmentier. Lydie? Okay, great. Lydie, can you stand up and go back with James? And your rapporteur is Gwenaëlle Grémion. So, if any of you signed up for the workshop in science policy considerations, or you want to be in this workshop, now is the time to stand up and go with James and Lydie to La Salle Princesse Alice. You're going to a room called the Princess Alice room. So we can just have a max of 20 people. So let me just keep an eye on who's going. Should be okay. If you are interested in science policy considerations, please go now with James Kirkham and Lydie Lescarmentier. They'll split you up into 2 groups. Great. Okay, here we go. Then working backwards, topic 3, fundings and infrastructure logistics. So the leader here is Antje, where is she? Antje Boetius, with the rapporteur Jose Quiros. And the second group in this topic is Jane, there you are, Jane Francis. Please go in the back, both of you. And your rapporteur is Hannah Yevchun. So those of you who want to participate in the workshop on fundings and infrastructure logistics with Antje Boetius and Jane Francis, could you now all please stand and go with them to the back? You will be going to La Salle Hirondelle, the Hirondelle room. And that room can take about 30 people, so I think we should be okay. This is if you're interested in fundings and infrastructure logistics, go now to the Salle Hirondelle. Right, okay, then we have topic 2 is ensuring equitable participations for all stakeholders. So for this one, we've got 2 groups as well. Where is Brigitte Larocque? Brigitte, okay. So Brigitte, please stand. So Brigitte's the leader for group 1 on this topic. Her rapporteur is Elena Adesheva-Klein. So why don't Brigitte come over here, and if anyone is interested in being in Brigitte's group for ensuring equitable participation for all stakeholders, you can come here. Group 2 on the same topic is Malgorzata Smizek. Where are you? There you go. Hello. So why don't you come up here too, and then you guys can figure out your group. Why don't you come up to table 4, and your rapporteur is Hugo Guimaraud. This is topic 2, ensuring equitable participations for all stakeholders. You're going to stay in this room, so if this topic interests you, why don't you come to this side of the room? And then our final priorities for the long-term initiatives. These 3 leaders are Deneb Karens. Where are you, Deneb? Okay, can you come over on this side maybe? Thank you. Your rapporteur is Dieter Tetzner. Mais il a commencé à 10, donc oups. Tu me dis quand tu veux. really in the environment, and what are they telling us right now?
Go ahead. Oh, for so many aspects of the physics of Earth, if we start of that, it matters if there is ice or not, right? So if we just think sea ice for a moment, the dimension of sea ice covering the oceans, the cooling of the oceans, and the balance between temperature, salinity causing density. So this coolness of the poles drives part of the big ocean conveyor belt, and that creates habitability on the continent. If we think the ice masses on land, it is about sea level, and the dynamics of Earth have really changed so much for the question of life on Earth and will for us humans. If you think permafrost, it is amazing how much frozen and snow-covered Earth there is. And if that whiteness disappears, we'll have a change in the albedo, which is the other effect that we need to think of. And I would never like to forget biodiversity. So cryosphere has its own history, its own relationship to diversification of life. And in the end, some scientists say us, Homo sapiens, and hominids as a branch of life, we are born as ice age animals, so to say. So we cannot even imagine a world without ice around us. And these are just some examples how the poles and how the cryosphere matters.
And how have things evolved since the last IPCC in regard to the science? Jerome, what are some of the lesser known risks?
I think that was one of the big points we raised through this summit. It's everything accelerates when we speak about the cryosphere. I will take a Swiss example, of course. 21-22, the 2 consecutive years, the glaciers in Switzerland have lost 10% of their mass in only 2 years, compared with pre-industrial time. We've seen an acceleration of loss of sea ice around Antarctica in wintertime. It was unexpected, a big surprise for the community. We've seen a huge amount of biomass burning in Canada and Siberia. That's again a threat on areas of permafrost, and that actually accelerates the melting. So the clear message was that, you know, cryosphere is losing mass at a fast pace we didn't expect. So it's really urgent to take action.
Right, so the big question is it manageable? Do we have the science to keep it in check?
Well, this manageable in the sense of really changing the fate of the cryosphere as humans is one big question that pops up everywhere. For the science, we just have to understand there are still large uncertainties about the future and the response, the velocity with which all of that change occurs. We've mentioned it this morning already, but when you talk to the sea ice and oceanographer and climate modelers, they are not able at this time to really solve the question of this rapid collapse of the Antarctic sea ice. Neither are we fully aware or understanding the behavior of the ice masses that will change sea level rise. So, and the worst of it all is predicting the precipitation of snow and knowing how the future climate and also the weather extremes will change, where snow falls and where not. And we have had in Germany, just to add a German example, this winter we had a precipitation of snow that destroyed houses because what usually snows in 1 or 2 years came down in 1 day. And so all of this just tells us we don't know the future. We have no past that can be used to understand what is coming up. And that needs the best science, the best scientific knowledge. It's, again, as I said before, about survival. But if it's really manageable, the question of managing the cryosphere is one where one can just say at this moment, the major tool that we have, and we mentioned it in the Polar Summit, is controlling CO2 emissions. That is the one most important tool we have to manage the cryosphere.
So earlier at the start of the day, we heard from Victoria and Gilda and Ella talking about the need for money. One of the big outcomes of the summit was the Paris call for glaciers and poles, backed by 32 countries. Now, President Macron announced €1 billion to support polar research, more than twice what the parliamentary working group had requested. That's a lot of money. How is that money going to be used?
Well, first of all, we need to see it. 3 days ago, the Minister of Finances in France announced a cut of €10 billion to the budget of 2024. And I don't know how much will survive for the science. But at least, I mean, we've been fighting for years so that at least a country like France would reinvest in polar science, because
I mean, the level of investment was so low. We just lost the capacity of bringing people there in safe conditions, being able to support the science like we would like. And so my hope, as former director of the French Polar Institute, is that at least this institution will get, at some point, some means to support the science better. It's really time, we need that.
And where do you think the money should go?
I think one of the things we discussed that was also a new initiative in this polar discussions is really thinking all glaciers together. And so I think to have a better support of glacial research with a focus also on what it means to the hydrosphere and water management, that is really essential, because in large parts of the world, having a glacial retreat means having no water for irrigation of your crop. And means actually having people who have to leave where they live, losing homes and habitats, and the same is true for sea level rise. And so I think it is really important, so important as it was maybe 100 years ago when we could not predict weather for one day. Today we are also used to predict weather for 3 or 4 days, and we take financial and private decisions on that. We are just used to that. And we need to be able to understand the cryosphere on short and midterm and long-term ranges much better as we do today. And that's really where money should go. And it doesn't have to be only research money. I think it should really also be mobility money, energy money, and much more that is needed to understand our long-term relationship and what it means to lose part of the cryosphere.
I want to ask you about something else that's in the Paris call from the Élysée Presidential Palace. It says it would, in quotes, give consideration to the idea of a UN decade for polar and glacial sciences. This decade that would start next year in 2025, moving toward the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. Will that happen? What might we expect if it does happen?
Tough question. I don't really know what is the situation now in terms of discussing this possible UN decade on the, I would say, glacier science or polar science. In any case, there is momentum, and I think that's what matters these days. Momentum, which is not only momentum on the scientific side, but at this interface between the science and the policymakers. That's what I found most important with this summit. We could have a direct kind of dialogue with heads of states, and to have this capacity of making science at the heart of their thinking and decision process. I think it's a big move. So it may take time, to really get into formal decisions where we see the fruits of that. But just the principle of having this kind of dialogue is really fruitful.
One key aspect is, of course, the reporting system. So with ICSI, who are also in a partner organization, they have the State of Cryosphere report, right? That's the only report we have that every year says, like, what have we measured? So when you look at it compared to what we have from the climate report or the biodiversity report, those scientific reports, they are really what policy has to react and respond and deal with it, and always feel that there is a monitoring system. And for the cryosphere, it is very weak. So I think much of the scientific but also policy discussions was how can we all together achieve a better reporting system for the state of the cryosphere that helps people and involves also those that live in the polar or the high altitude regions.
So we all know science has always provided solutions, innovation. There's a lot of scientists in the room. We also know that diplomacy takes a long time. Do you think that governments today can move fast enough to stop the crises we're facing today?
I think the whole scientific community, if you would make a poll, would say no. We're just far too slow. I mean, we know the trajectories from IPCC simulations who are really off. And the more time running, the more off we get. In a way, the COP28, we had this big fight on should we speak about getting rid of fossil fuel. I mean, there should be no debate about that. I mean, we know that the main problem we had, nearly 500 gigatons of carbon has been put in the atmosphere since pre-industrial time because of burning fossil fuel. And we still have the capacity to put possibly 500 gigatons extra. So yes, we need to act fast, and I think we are far off track these days still.
But it is not an easy problem, right? Even though we know the source, it is about humanity's energy source. And to really make a change. We know from history of people how difficult has it been for humans to change the energy they use as a humanity. And this is the complexity that we have. It simply means that the solutions, regenerative energy, must become cheaper, more affordable than the fossil fuel sector. And to organize that, it needs international alliances. It needs an ambition to have a carbon tax market that organizes that. And that is really a challenge to organize that. It will take time, and who else can solve it if not the nations and the governments? There is no other solution, I'm afraid.
Do you think that's how heads of state can help the most, or what more should they be doing, I guess is my question.
Well, if we take a scientific perspective, we all know in this room that we still have unknowns, especially when we speak about polar regions or the cryosphere in general. And so they can still be helpful as well to make us organize IPY, organize InSync, organize, big international projects where international collaboration is really at the heart. And we, with funding agencies playing the game, being as inclusive as possible, making that indigenous communities, making that countries which have no say in polar regions get their way to say something and be part of the science. So it's all about policy making there.
Yeah, they can also help, of course, for these urgencies that we have where everyone worries so much. We had this morning when the Young Scientists opened, or when we heard Sarah speak, complaining also that there is still, we haven't achieved amongst the international governments working together, or international science, we haven't achieved to give the voice to the ones really having thousands of years of experience with the cryosphere. So governments can also respond to that and organize platforms where it is possible to work hand in hand and to see each other and respect each other. And we are still at the beginning of organizing that. And I think from the Paris Forum, even though it is partially also criticized for the velocity and for ignoring an orderly invitation to representatives of all kinds, we can say we must be prepared. We need a resilience in society, and we need that sense of urgencies, and we must sometimes be able to be fast, to come together and respond to policy demands. And that is a learning that we need from governments to support that.
Specifically, is there a country or countries that are best in class, would you say, who are doing a really good job? Or an okay job?
What would be the
Switzerland.
criterion? Switzerland, of course. No discussion about that. Democracy works very well in Switzerland. And people care about glaciers there. But still, if you take a Swiss citizen, on average, he or she emits, I think, twice the amount of CO2 compared with a French citizen, just because of a lot of CO2 being imported because of business, and not only production in a country.
I don't know. I mean, we have reportings of countries and their CO2 footprint or their science output. And I don't know, the question of best in class, it would be nice if it would be a sportive competition. Everyone wants to be the best in class. But unfortunately, it's not so. And so I don't think it's a very important question.
In your comments to the president, and you touched a bit on this before, Jerome, you talk about the need for science and for transformation to be more inclusive, especially in regard to indigenous communities. What are the biggest challenges there?
Many, but I think we already heard this morning how important it is to rely on the knowledge of indigenous communities. And I think science there can still improve. And it includes as well people working in the high altitude. That was one of the big outcomes, I think, from this summit, where we could hear people from Nepal, hear people from Ladakh, hear people from Peru, having their say on how important it is for them to handle the cryosphere, not only in terms of water resources, but in terms of risk as well, because they are facing increased risk of flooding, catastrophic flooding because of lake, the disintegration. So I think it was part of the important feedbacks from this summit.
One of the other outcomes of the summit was new momentum between the high altitude and high latitude science. Explain that a bit and give us some details there.
Well, yeah, I think when we speak about the cryosphere, of course, we think about the Arctic and Antarctica, but I mean, we have 2 billion people, it was said by President Grimson this morning, 2 billion people relying on water coming from glaciers, from the Tibetan Plateau, through the Ganges, Brahmaputra, and the big rivers. And we tend to forget about that, and it's a big number. And it's about, again, handling a risk related with the loss of cryosphere. So, yeah, with this summit, we had this community having its say again, and not only the usual suspect working in polar regions. And I think it was really a positive benefit of it.
I think it's really time to bring these communities together also science-wise, right? When you look into the history of polar expeditions, you often see it was land glaciologists in Germany, in Austria, and Switzerland that came together to do the first polar expedition and to understand ice as a solid phase of water, but also a liquid phase of water, the way it flows, the way it can be dynamic, but also really hard. All of those things can be researched together, and we can learn from each other in these communities. And for all the communities that deal with ice, snow as an important part of the cryosphere matters absolutely. And we are so weak understanding snow and monitoring snowing, so there's a lot to be done together.
Earlier today, Jane Francis talked a bit about the role of technology, mentioning space. How important are things like artificial intelligence, robotics, long-term monitoring, and did that come out of the summit at all?
It's a growing topic, especially those working in polar regions are aware that they have a huge environmental footprint, just in terms of carbon emissions, because we use very heavy infrastructures. So we need to improve that. And especially we see the young community of scientists being more and more aware that we need to improve that. And some of them start to think, is it worth going in polar regions, having this huge carbon footprint just for the sake of science? So automation, robotics is a way to make it. Another way is to improve the use of infrastructure so that we share better this existing infrastructure. We avoid the situation where an icebreaker would go somewhere being half empty. It's a waste of carbon, a waste of cash. But we should be careful as well, not to have this dream that technology would save the world in a way. I mean, we need that. A lot of people work on, way to reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere directly. We may need that, but we should not get to the point where the message is, just keep business as usual. Technology will save the world.
But there is a new initiative, so the World Meteorological Organization as well as ESA were in Paris at the table of President Macron. NASA is investing a lot in cryospheric sciences with fantastic new project planned for the Arctic as well. So I can see that the space sector is really doing more in the future, and space and remote sensing, Earth observation as a whole, and the whole question of the search for life on other celestial bodies that have ice. I mean, there are icy planets. We learn more and more about them. So it's a new arena to better understand what cryosphere has to do with life as a whole and habitability. And I think these new impulses, these new partnerships that will help also understanding the future.
We're almost out of time. Just to wrap up, how did you feel coming out of that summit? Hopeful, disappointed, and how do you feel now?
We felt a lot of responsibility because we had 6 minutes to address heads of state after 2 days of brainstorming with the community, with lots of email discussions before. So how to summarize what we just discussed here in 6 minutes and make the case with heads of state. That was kind of a challenge.
Of course, we would like to carry the spirit, so the scientists that all came on short notice, when we met together and when we had these 2 days of discussions, it was just so fantastic to hear all the new data from everyone. So we selected scientists that have new data, and to understand how much we have to learn, how much we do not know, gives respect to our planet Earth and all of the mysteries it still has at store for us. And so to carry on this initiative of knowing that knowledge helps, and knowing that knowledge must be needed, the best available knowledge for solutions, that spirit should be carried on. And there are some discussions here how to best carry it on, but again, be more timely, be more, how do you say, participatory. That is a lesson learned from the Polar Summit, that it needs time to plan such an initiative.
Well, thank you so much for your work and working on that, and thank you for telling us about it today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are now going to take a closer look at some of the discussions that you had earlier. I'm going to ask the different note takers to come up on stage. to present their conclusions by topic. So I'll call your name, you can come on up, and then take some time to explain to us what your particular groups came up with. So we're going to start with the first topic, which was science priorities for long-term initiatives. Can I please have Dieter Tetzner from the British Antarctic Survey, who's also a SCAR and Foundation Fellowship Program Fellow. Also Arshana Dayal. Arshana, where are you? Will be coming up with her poor leg, coming up to join us, and Beatriz Recinos. Please come on up, have a seat. You can go ahead and grab the mics if you like. Sure, go ahead. Sure, go ahead. It should be on. Just hold it close to your chin. Great.
Cool. Is that out order or?
Whatever order you want to do it, and how do you guys want to do it? Go ahead. Beatrice, go ahead, start.
I'll go first then. Yeah, well, so our panel was science priorities for long-term, short-term and long-term initiatives. And we first talked about scientific trends. Where is science going and how that is shaping our priorities. But we also, while talking about those trends, we also talk about obstacles and challenges that are coming up from those trends. And those obstacles are actually shaping our short and long-term priorities. So where science is going, well, we're going towards satellite development and continuous long-term planning of missions, long-term in situ observational networks, development of autonomous vehicles, AI, machine learning technologies, and digital twins. So all of that came up, and this is where the science is going. But all of those fields have a lot of obstacles and challenges that are gonna shape our research priorities. And I'm gonna now list each priority that came from those trends and from those obstacles. So one priority will be the need of sustainable, or seeking the need of sustainable satellite development that can increase the instrument life and get most out of the design of the instrument and the mission. And then the continuous planning of long-term satellite development missions, as well as the improvement of satellite connectivity and data transmission. Another priority was to sustain and develop long-term in situ observational campaigns, especially in the Arctic Ocean, because we do have a global observational network, but not in the Arctic Ocean. And that does not exist in the moment. And one of those priorities is to kind of like get together that a long-term observation system in the Arctic Ocean. And another priority was to develop frameworks for data handling. And the data that I'm talking about is the data collected by the public, so citizen science, and how that data is collected by the general public and how we can ethically engage as well with the private tourist sector and use that sector to fill the gaps and the big data gaps that we have in both poles. And then the question came up, and I will leave it for the audience, is does this justify tourism in the polar regions? Does like working together with the tourist industry, does this justify the tourism there? So I just leave it there, food for thought. And then one solution of this came up with increasing open source and open data, as well as like putting frameworks together on how that data should be handled. And another obstacle and possible solution to another priority will be to increase nations' collaborations to achieve long-term observational networks, again, like in the Arctic, and being the main obstacle of that, the engagement with Russia. And there was also talk about how we could navigate that engagement by third parties, for example, like India colleagues in Asia, or colleagues in Asia that could, that still sustain relationship with Russia. And then the challenge there is addressing the ethics of that. Is it correct or not? And then another obstacle is the scale of the problems that we're dealing with and the fact that there's a lot of tipping points in the Earth system, but those tipping points are different for each system, each ecosystem, the ocean, the ice, etc. And there should be more priorities into finding out where are those tipping points. Then we also talk about how can we increase the engagement of indigenous people in research, and how we can address their scientific fatigue. So that fatigue of indigenous people, where scientists are coming to their land again and again to do science, and they're tired of that, and how can we then overcome that scientific research fatigue? And one solution of that was to first recognize their expertise and the amount of information that we can obtain from actively engaging scientists from indigenous communities, and how we can make the right remuneration to those communities when we do the research economically, but also developing schemes that can enhance their education and research capabilities. Another priority that we talked about was one of the last things that we talked about, but is equally important, is the need to develop more schemes for social science research in the Arctic, since research funds sometimes are concentrated into the core natural science, for example, and there are very few research schemes that social scientists can apply to. So that was one of the priorities that was also addressed. Yeah.
Thank you. Ashana.
Hello. Okay, so before our group dived into defining the science priorities for the long-term initiatives, we sort of started with a bit of context and a bit of success and problems. So we started with the fact that both the poles are important, and we need to have a two-pole framework that is as much relevant as is possible. And then it was sort of a reminiscence phase where we spoke about the last IPY, where in terms of science, it did serve its purpose, but not on follow-up options. What happened to the researchers, what happened to the projects after that. And Mosaic, on the other hand, in recent times did a fantastic job. And then again, before looking at the science priorities, we looked at the fact that for long-term funding, we need young researchers to come in, to take up science positions, leadership positions, and for the need for long-term projects and funding, which has been stressed time and again, because you need that kind of data for many years, and also you need funding. And then I sort of piped in between and said, in terms of even as a security for a person who's a PhD student or is a postdoctoral researcher, and when I'm talking or giving lectures or talks to undergraduates and postgraduates, the question comes up, what after a PhD, what after a postdoc, and I have to say, I'm sorry, that's uncertain, we don't know, it depends on the funding, it depends on the project, you might have to move. And people they want security, they want to be with their families, they want to have a good life. And even if polar sciences seems like a very important topic, not always the students are sort of taken aback and not then, and they then consider other options. And then that's where Druckenmiller, he came in and he said, there are different other jobs available, multi-avenues, academic system, maybe you can go into politics or shipbuilding activities or something like that. But I thought that was a more streamlined way of retaining young talent. And also, we've seen time and again in reports that as time progresses, there are lesser women professors, especially in polar sciences, compared to the men. And so I think this is something that needs to be supported in terms of long-term initiatives. The other aspect that is very important for an initiative to be long-term, that it promotes collaborative leadership instead of competitive leadership, because it can be really cutthroat even within a department. And so if a department or a group of people have that kind of security of funding, then it helps people come together and support each other instead of, just getting really competitive. Next, in terms of science priorities, again, the other fact that came up was it's also dependent on the economic priorities of different countries, because developing countries have their own economic priorities, developed countries have their own economic priorities. And so if the developing countries will say, well, now it's our time to develop, so don't tell us what to do. And then the developed countries will say, but no, you should be doing this because the whole climate is getting affected. And then there's the issue with the technologies or patents not being shared between the countries, even though you need cleaner technology and greener, sustainable programs. After that, we moved on to discussing some grand challenges. So I've got 5 points here. So one of them would be impacts of climate change on polar regions. The second that was identified was pollution transported through ocean currents and atmosphere, adaptation and mitigation strategies, and then as discussed in the last Polar Summit just now, 5 minutes ago, how do you use AI that is scientifically credible, equitable, and not misused? And it's being used in all sectors and industries, and I don't think polar research could escape this, and we should actually make quite good use of it. The next topic that came up with the science priority was the inclusion of the local indigenous communities, and who is setting the priorities for science, and also the fact that it's very difficult to please everyone. The question of how the science priorities are decided, whether it's nationally or the funding agencies. And that's where I would like to give a shout out to ICARP 4 again, because the ICARP 4 is a bottoms-up approach, and everybody can pitch in their research priorities through the surveys, and also this is also very much welcomed from the indigenous communities. And of course, the next challenge would be, once you've had all these research priorities from all the surveys, who's going to then finalize the main research priorities? Who will have a voice in that? So that's just an open question left for all of us to think about. And in terms of, there was also another point about generalities, and that place-based regional context is really important. So even if we have shared internationally priorities, they become much more difficult when there is a regional context to it. So this is another thing to work on. And a very important point that was mentioned was 25 years ago, it was uncertain. The data was quite uncertain, and we were not that aware of the problems that the polar regions are facing. But now we have, normal people or societies, there are human impacts. So now we can see it as as an opportunity for to have big support from funding agencies, from national funding bodies, and that's encouraging, because then we can have a larger movement, because people are seeing the impact of what is happening in the polar regions in their own countries and in their own homes. And so I think with this I will like to end with the IASC President's Henry Burgess' words. We need courage, belief, but we also need patience and respect in order to discuss these challenges, be brave, take risks, learn, and also forge ahead with more solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashana. Dieter.
In my group, we had a very fruitful discussion. All the discussion was centered basically on communication. And based on our discussion, we worked up 5 points which are mainly focused as statements. So we agreed on these points, which say, point number 1, national agencies should allocate more funds for communicating science for general public and policymakers. The data is there. Let's invest more time and resources in explaining what the data says. Point number 2, it says there is a need to promote more co-design research from the start, bringing a wide range of stakeholders to the table. When we meant stakeholders, we mentioned insurance companies, bankers, politicians, communities, entrepreneurs, philanthropists, etc. Then we also stated that we should promote action-oriented communication about the results from polar regions and their global impact. We should tailor the communication to targeted audiences, and basically we also identified that our standard message needs to be conveyed in a more effective manner. How we have been communicating science is not really working so well, so we should look for better ways or more effective ways to convey our message. Also, we identified that we need to increase our presence in the polar community. We need to increase the presence of the polar community at international meetings and events, particularly thinking about the COP. We think our presence should aim for everyone to be aware of what is happening in polar regions and how societies will be impacted by changes in polar regions. And finally, we identified that observations, monitoring, and modeling should have ecological and societal relevance. Basically, that science shouldn't be conducted in silos. We think that observations, monitoring, and modeling, they should all work together and work in a sort of synergy. Yes.
Okay.
That's our summary.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right, our second topic was ensuring equitable participations for all stakeholders. So can I please have on stage Elena Adesheva-Klein and Hugo Guimaraud. Let's hear what your groups had to say. Elena, do you want to start? They should be on.
Is it? Yeah. All right. So we actually had a united discussion. So the whole group, or two groups, got together and had a discussion. And there will be common threads with the previous report as well. So first of all, there's two sort of points I want to make. So first, there's quite visible differences between the discourses around the Arctic and Antarctica when we talk about equitable participation. And it has to do with indigenous peoples as right holders and nation states territories in the Arctic. And another point is that there's different values for research community, for scientists that prioritize contribution to their disciplines, contribution to knowledge, and indigenous communities that care more about implementation or change. So first of all, before moving to the actual questions we had, we discussed terminology and how terminology is important. So before even talking about equitable participation, terminology should be discussed, and it has different sort of layers of complexity here. First of all, not all the communities are English speaking, and a lot of people do not use academic language and academic terminology. many of the indigenous languages are land-based. So, for example, the term environment means different things for indigenous and non-indigenous peoples. Also, within indigenous communities, there's a lot of variety in terminology, even if similar English terms are used. Also, the term stakeholders was discussed, and there's also another term was brought up, that is right holders. So the difference between stakeholders and right holders is important, and indigenous peoples are right holders, and for example, businesses that work in the Arctic are defined as stakeholders. Another example of terminology can be a term participation, and how this can be different for different groups. Even English term population can be considered differently. For example, to include non-human species in this definition. And even when common definitions are reached, they may change with time. So all those issues are important to negotiate and discuss before even moving to discussing the questions. And so the first question was who is missing from the initiatives and how to get everyone at the table. So our group mentioned 3 different stakeholders: business people, politicians, and funders. So businesses who work in the Arctic are often not present at the discussions, at the conferences, and there's also variety within this community of businesses. There's local businesses, small business, but also multinational businesses. They have different stakes in the region. A second actor is politicians, who also have huge impact on the region, but not always present in those conversations. And the funders, organizations who actually fund polar research, is strangely missing from the table. And the question was asked, what kind of responsibility does the funder have? And for instance, often the requirement of including indigenous peoples and collaborating with indigenous communities is there, but no mechanism for cooperation is established. So how funders can be sort of hold responsible for establishing this mechanism, not just a requirement on paper. And also, the point was made that when we talk about stakeholders and right holders and actors in general, those terms are sometimes generalized, and we are missing a lot of varieties within the groups. For example, of course, indigenous peoples and indigenous communities have various groups within this term, indigenous peoples, but also businesses and even a research community has a lot of variety within it. So someone suggested to ask, do we have all the right perspectives, instead of asking, do we have all the sort of general actors present at the table? And the next question was, what is equitable participation? And of course, the answer about the term equitable and the term participation would be different for different groups of people. And for instance, participation for indigenous peoples means empowerment and active participation, not just observation. and also equitable would be defined differently. Right now, in many funding organizations, it is defined from the top down. But again, different groups and right holders would define it differently.
Elena, I'm sorry to jump in. We just want to make sure we get through everybody, and the
Sure.
clock's ticking. So if everyone could stick to 5 minutes for their sequence, that would be great. Thank you.
Of course. So my last point here is that the structure of equitable partnership was also discussed, and it is different from the Arctic and Antarctica. And so in the Arctic, often the problem is that partnerships are project-driven. So scientists collaborate with indigenous groups just within the limitations of their projects, not and their relationships are cut off after the project is done. And another problem is that communities are overwhelmed by invitations and requests from the researchers. So the structure of participation is not really coordinated or established. Yeah, go ahead.
So speaking about the equity in Antarctic, it works a little bit different from the Arctic, as the countries basically sign up to follow the same rules, the same principles. So they use like a code of conduct to secure equity. And this works as an expectation. So for example, in fieldwork opportunities, we talk about how they are defined within the national programs, so it's hard to have equity here. Or even we talk about how it is important to establish baseline information so we can see how the progress is being made. So it's different from the Arctic, as we could secure equity on Antarctica. And the last question we discussed about the tools we need to facilitate and the integration and equitable participation here. So we talk about education, and how education could be a tool to tackle this. We talk about, for example, about the interactions between early career scientists from indigenous and non-indigenous youth, and how early career indigenous research are important for the research projects. Also, should be important for research before start researching in the Arctic. They should know more about the Arctic itself. It should be a responsibility, for instance, for the universities, or even regarding the education, we mentioned like the Polar Resource book that has been a legacy from the International Polar Year, and how it should be were to have an updated version that is coming along for the next International Polar Year. And about the language, Elena already spoke about how the language is different from each other, like about the dominance of English, and even in English the terms are different among each other, so it should make it readable and understandable for everyone, because the words have different meanings. And even the different groups may have different ways of doing the things, so it should be very important to use the language as a tool for this. And lastly, we spoke about the relationships between the political leaders. So how do we fail to inform politicians? So basically, we spoke about how we should be how the pressure from their constituents can be a factor for the political actions. So we should use the educational effort to go to the public and to make the people understand the fear of losing the polls. And lastly, we spoke about how the importance also the storytelling, and how storytelling is critical as a research for the organizations as an opportunity also to explain using the storytelling how let's say our planet is dying and we should care about it. So we should say that every human should be involved, not only the indigenous people or the researcher in the pole, so everyone in the world should be involved on this. So yeah, and the lastly, as I already said 2 or 3 times, so basically it's the implementation. So we should have more funding for research, but it should be the implementation on the end that should continue to exist to have this continue in the time. So I guess it's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Thank you very much, Elena. All right, we'll move on now to our third topic from the workshops of fundings and infrastructure logistics. Can I please have on stage Jose Quiros, Association of Polar Early Career Scientists, and Hani Yevchun, National Antarctic Scientific Center of Ukraine, and SCAR Foundation Fellow. I know it's difficult, but if you can try and stick to 5 minutes each, that'd be great. Thank you.
So yeah, afternoon. So we gather in a big group all together and realize that, as always, target long-term funding can be difficult. So we define clear points that we should look into the future. So define clear outcomes and budgets so we can reach a solution, and we have a common goal with a specific target that you can reach. Show the value of your requests, your projects, for example, how it will benefit the communities, their security, some things like that. Give clear numbers to your projects. Look for common funds, so platforms where agencies advertise and you are able to go to multi-year funds. Target multilateral alliances, governmental funds, so you can look to big funds and long-term projects. With the eyes on the next International Polar Year, we need to be inclusive. Not just in terms of people, look for different regions of the world, but also in terms of disciplines. So look for robotics, engineering, and people that can help us to do this are early career scientists. And one thing to do this is to look for organizations that are not based with a country membership. For example, APEX, if you haven't heard about it already. So APEX is based on individual members, so we can reach people that is not in a polar country and reach a wider audience with the funds. APEX is involved, for example, in a network of early career researchers networks, so we can actually, through pathways, reach different disciplines, people from other regions, different disciplines. We need to try new communication methods, so don't just go for mails, conference, so we can reach a broader audience for different parts of the world. And it's crucial to have a good network, so we can maximize and optimize the use of infrastructures and funding. For example, we can use tourism or fisheries that can help us to support science.
Yeah, and here where the infrastructure and logistics topic comes. Actually, it have already been discussed today, but practice makes perfect, right? So we'll practice a bit. To discuss infrastructure and logistics, we must remember what is the context of the situation. And the context is that tourism can't be banned, right? Fisheries, fishing can't be banned. So we must collaborate with them. And what is better to do than just to collaborate is to work, I would say, to work with them, to include tourism and fish vessels to infrastructure, to solving infrastructure issues, I would say. So, and that will help to decrease the footprint of research, first of all, because it's another issue that we sometimes forget, right? That while doing the science, we must remember that what we are achieving, our aim is not just to study, our aim is to protect the nature as well. So we must decrease the footprint of our research, and collaboration with tourism can help to achieve that. And the second thing that we can achieve thanks to that is closer cooperation of national programs. If, for example, several scientists, several national programs participate in one ship, gather on one ship, that can help first collaboration and to decrease this footprint that I've mentioned. And it will also create the cooperation instead of competition, first of all. And of course, so in case of infrastructure and logistic issues, our group also discussed two topics, I would say. It's very crucial in this situation. Should we use tourist vessels as scientific vessels as well? Because as it was pointed out, it might create not very good feeling of this collaboration, because some parties might think that scientists are using tourist vessels, tourist companies to finance themselves. Although, as it was mentioned before, although it's not like that, but it might create this sense. So it's very important to shape, to design this collaboration very accurately. And the second topic was discussed, that should we use money from tourist vessels received from tourist industry? Should we use this money for research? Because again, comes back to the same question. It might give not very nice picture. So we believe that these topics is something that should be discussed in future. But whatever we decide, everything must be developed on scientific principles, only like that. And actually it's possible to achieve, so the main thing is how to achieve that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right, finally now, our fourth topic, science policy considerations. Would you please welcome Ada Ayedine from University of London Institute in Paris and an IASC Foundation Fellow, as well as Gwenaëlle Gremillon, Association of Polar Early Career Scientists. They're going to tell us about their topic, science policy considerations.
So our topic was how to make cryosphere science relevant to policymakers, and how do we use this information to generate meaningful change. So we made 3 points. The first point we emphasized was to identify highlighted areas of shared consensus to effectively communicate with policymakers. Therefore, we focused on shared experiences in the past, how communication with policymakers has functioned in the past, and how it operates now. So, at first, engagement posed significant challenges. For instance, in the COP events, indigenous organizations faced barriers in direct engagements with states, which was concerning at the time. But however, this year at COP28, the structure was strengthened and indigenous knowledge was incorporated as well. But nonetheless, representation remains a persistent issue in such global mechanisms. For example, there is only one representative for all indigenous groups, despite their differences. So this presents a difficulty and weakness within the COP framework. Therefore, it's crucial to strategize collectively. Then, difficult to engage the people in a long term. So the question is, what the long term could be. So this has to be also clear, because this is kind of problem. So it is challenging to distill complex issues into a single, straightforward message. At the international level, it is still unclear how scientific knowledge is integrated into negotiation rooms and delegations, making it difficult to identify priorities. So regarding the question who to lobby, we have concluded that it is more effective not to concentrate excessive time and effort on individual politicians or only to politicians. Instead, it is important to engage with civil service and broaden discussions to include a larger audience. When problems arise, of course, it's crucial to know whom to approach. Engaging with relevant stakeholders, including the public, NGOs, students, and others, is crucial. So this approach then can be applicable at both national and international levels as prioritization becomes a persistent topic. So it's crucial to coordinate messaging in order to deliver a clear and consistent message to relevant stakeholders. Then the second point, how do we advise decision makers on addressing new emerging phenomenon? So for instance, in 2023, there was a record minimum level of sea ice in Antarctica. But however, the scientific committee has yet to reach a consensus on the underlying drivers. Determining whether this phenomenon is directly attributable to climate change may take some time, but given the significant media and political attention it has garnered, how we should effectively manage this situation is a vital point. Then the last point, we discussed the role of media and what aspects are deemed relevant or credible by them. So we explored how the media portrays scientific knowledge, leading to extensive discussions. One notable point of emphasis was on the sensationalism, often sought by media outlets. So this raises the question, how can scientists foster trust between science and the public through the media? And then maybe the last point I can mention here for further discussion, we used to talk about in the Arctic governance specifically, or at the Arctic Council, relevant knowledge. But then what is relevant knowledge? According to whom this is relevant? Who evaluates the knowledge as relevant? This is a very maybe political topic here, but then it is also applicable to scientists and scientists as well. So maybe a further discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So, being a performer myself, I don't want to be too long to be able to start it on time. So I had the chance to be at an interdisciplinary table of 9 persons interested in both the Arctic and the Antarctic from various career stage and type and experience related to science policy relation that led to the fruitful discussion about how do we communicate with policymakers. So first, we need to define what a policymaker is for you and your message, as the definition may be different for every one of us. Remind us that they are human beings, and we don't have to assume that they have our scientific background. And we need to be ready, because the window that we may have to have them to listen to our message may happen at any time, so really need to be ready. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit stressed, sorry for my voice. So how do we reach to them? So first we need to know them, their interest as much as their emotion, as well as their local context. And we need to find, you need to find your allies, so talk to the media. How do we communicate? So we need to have focused, relevant, and short message. The form of the message needs to be simple, accessible, and personal. We need to create the connection between polar region and society with a local example and link to people's economic situation, for example. We need to have positive narratives with visual and comparison and comparative, and we need to practice yourself to deliver your message. We discussed a little bit about the case study of the Antarctic sea ice, and we had the chance to have at the table a concrete successful example in the film series Science in Antarctica of John that you can reach to get the QR code and access to the series I'm talking about, that used the narrative constructed around emotion and personal history of a scientist on a topic before bringing the science and making link to the sea ice and the worldwide extreme events. So what do we need to practice more as the scientific community? We need to practice communicating on the message related to the toxicity that uncertainties bring and how to be prepared for these uncertainties. As an example was bring to the table, every human is dealing with uncertainty every day when they are looking for the weather forecast in a day-to-day basis and when they are planning their activity in consequence. So we need to use this same idea with the climate change discussion. We need to be better presenting the short and long-term perspective of things, and we need to be careful of the simplification of the message without losing the content of it. We need to make the link between our science and the international agreements and projections that are going on, and we need to speak more about, and I quote John, what we know, but how we know what we know. And we also need to concurrently develop strategic communication and education initiative at different levels to support the science initiative leading to the International Polar Year. And we also discuss what do we need from them, from the policymaker. We need feedbacks on our activity, how we do things and how we can do it better, to better communicate in a way that is the most appropriate for them, to lead them to go to the action. And also the question, what are the science they need from us? Because maybe they have the sensation that they have all the scientific, thinking that their science is the best, the most important, and it is, but finding a way that we share the science that they really need to go to action, how we can be more efficient. So that's the conclusion of our table. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwenaëlle and Ada with those science policy considerations. Thank you so much to all of you for all of your hard work this afternoon. We're going to have the technicians come up now and clear the stage because we have one last surprise for you before we wrap up today. I just want to tell you quickly about tomorrow. Coming up tomorrow for day 2 of this Polar Symposium, we'll be looking into the impact of human activity on polar biodiversity, societies, and economies. We'll also zoom in on the need for indigenous knowledge as well as the need for robust scientific data to underpin policy. And as we're clearing away, I'm just going to tell you a bit more about our next guest. You're going to be treated to a dance performance by Millie Rita Korhonen. She is currently studying dance and different techniques like ballet, street dance, and folk at the Santa Sport Vocational Institute. She is set to graduate as a professional dancer by the end of this year. She's now going to perform for us a piece that's about dancing on the grave of negativity and experiences of the past, letting go, and finally finding joy in being alive. I think that's a message we can all take to heart. So would you please welcome Millie Rita Korhonen performing Snow on the Boneyard. Millie Rita Cronin, thank you so much. Snow on the Boneyard, thank you. Congratulations and thank you. All right, it is 6:15. Thank you so much for all of your attention throughout the day. This wraps up the first day of this Polar Symposium. Now you can continue, of course, all of the great conversations that we started today at the cocktail, which is going to start in about 15 minutes' time. That cocktail will take place in the beautiful aquarium of this museum, which is on the -2 level. You do have a little time if you want to go have a look around the museum. You're more than welcome to do so before the cocktail begins. Then there will be shuttle buses to get you back to the hotel starting at 7 p.m. and going until 9 p.m. If you need any other information, you can ask any of the hostesses who are in the back where you picked up your accreditations. As for tomorrow morning, we'll meet back here for a start about 9:20, 9:30 would be perfect. The shuttles start to leave at 8:20, so please come anytime after then. And everyone, have a great evening. See you tomorrow.